You know, I was kind of hoping I'd have a more dramatic way of opening this final episode than I do. But hello everyone, my name is Mitsunomado, I'm a forensic scientist from the world of mysteries. And this is Even If Tempest. Last time, we wrapped up basically everything there was to say. The Witch of Ruin is in witch jail for witch crimes. Conrad has been publicly humiliated, which is, I guess, the same thing as him not being allowed to run the slave trade anymore. And the only thing we have left to do is decide what it is we want to do with our life now that all of our actual problems are resolved. A topic I cannot relate to. But hey. What do we want to do? What do you want to do, Anastasia? Pop quiz, hotshot. I'm going to Disney World. Okay, game, there's an obvious correct answer here. Oh no, I ate too much bread, I'm going blind! Then the game just kinda stopped. It's not really a silver chair yet, though it does appear to be expanding quite rapidly. And there's the boys. Okay, I was kind of looking forward to a slightly expansive ending this. I really hope this isn't it. Like, I do have a backup plan prepared if this goes not entirely as planned. Like, don't go entirely as planned. I still cannot believe Tyrell has the same voice actor as Sasuke Uchiha. That is wild to me. Anyway, but like, I was just thinking, like, I have other things we could do, but I was kind of looking forward to actually playing the game at some point. There was that man, too. I'm sure a lot of people are very upset that he wasn't a love interest, even though he spent all of his screen time trying to torture people to death. Maya Kirkham, Jesus game, how quickly do you think I can read? I guess that's something we're gonna have to go through the VOD for. Mr. Endy was just kind of an unresolved plot thread. Zen died in a bar fight 2 weeks later. That is probably not that one they were showing earlier of Annie and Lucian yelling at each other. That was probably my favorite CG. I like what that one represented a lot. Anastasia just kind of snapping out of herself and becoming a normal human being again. Ayana Ushio did a good. Oh, very proud of you. Yeah, I've said this multiple times over the course of the playthrough, but I did not expect to enjoy this as much as I did. I think... I mean, to start with the negatives, I think they also credited the translators. They credit the translators. That's very important. You see that distressingly rarely in this specific subdivision of the industry, so good job, everyone. We are all exceedingly proud of you. But as I was attempting to say... what was I attempting to say? I think it was maybe ever so slightly dishonest of the game to advertise itself so heavily, only so heavily in the divisions I looked at, as like an Ace Attorney style courtroom drama game. They did have courtroom sections that were playable, but, you know, how did that go for you? But then, like, at the end of the game, they hit you with a big ol'... I'm curious how many people even understand what I'm about to say. A big ol' Hisui Josuka moment, where they took the entire game up to that point and just made a single massive summation revealing hidden truths behind absolutely everything. Which was, in fact, metal as hell. I love any story that does that unconditionally. So, you know, I do think it kept its mystery cred. Better than some games I've seen overtly advertised as pure mysteries. So good job, team. Zen's final chapter has been unlocked. By using your clear data and loading Parting Memoirs 4, you can skip to Rune's final question. Okay. I would like to save my clear data. Oh, that is lagging really bad, actually. Why is that happening? We weren't having that issue a few seconds ago. Oh, I'm concerned now. Is there some way I can... mayhaps unfuck this slightly? That did not help. Okay, seriously, what has changed since the last time I opened this program and today? I am not sure, and I very much doubt you are either. Game doesn't even have, well, I mean, OBS doesn't even have a separate audio settings on this brand of capture card, so I'm not sure what, pray tell, it is you even want from me right now. Hey, I guess that worked, sure. Why not? Sure, why not, game? My security and public reputation isn't that important. I see how it is. Anyway, Nana really likes Zen, and, I don't really like anybody in the way this game is, trying to convey, so I guess we'll go talk to Zen first. Sure, why not? A toast to catharsis. He's, you know, just hanging around. Dot 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 dot. Where are you going so late? The only reason I could think anyone would slip into the woods in the middle of the night is to cross the border. If I'm wrong, tell me by all means.
おいおい、なんでバレてんだ?
I can read minds, don't you know? I can see forever! So you're actually planning to leave Historica then? Why? I thought what we had was special.
ちょっとした旅行だよ。処刑の詫びだっつってルーシェンに大金もらってな。娯楽のねえこの国じゃ使い切れねえからよそに遊びに行くんだよ。
One, that is an obvious lie. Two, the phrase gave me a lot of money to apologize for the execution is in fact very funny out of context. Maybe some people find it funny in context too, I'm not here to judge. Without even telling the Grand Commander or Master Tyrell.
あいつらは別に俺の保護者じゃねえから。何でもかんでも報告してたまるか。
You aren't even my real dad.
あとまともなルートを使わねえのは戸籍がないせいだ。偽物の身分証があるにはあるが、見抜かれたら面倒になるだろう。だからこうして人目を忍んでんだよ。OK？ てか、お前こそなんでここにいるんだよ。偶然居合わせたなんてわけねえよな。
Obviously not, I'm stalking you.
なんだよ、その目は。
And stop staring at me with them big ol' eyes. No reason. I just feel it's best to be honest with your own aims before questioning those of others. I know what you're doing. You're trying to erase yourself from our lives. I heard everything from Prince Lucian. You turned down an offer to work in the government and intend to keep to the shadows now that everything is over. Why? I don't want to guess at your reasons. But I do need you to say something, Yusa. This lack of communication is making life very difficult for me. You won't tell me? I can work with that.
なんだ今の光は。
It's a tactical flashlight. It's like a regular flashlight, but tactical. I've put restrictions in place, preventing you from leaving this country. You will never be able to escape from me. Never. I'm so evil.
まさか魔法か。お前、力を全部ルーンに預けたって言ってたよな。あれ嘘だったのかよ。
Did not pick that option. I'll lift the restriction once you tell me your reasons.
いや、それはだな。
I mean, if you don't want to talk to us, I'm sure just increasing the number of dialogue boxes we have to look at your ridiculous vacuum-sealed abs would increase our viewership. I'm leaving. Sigh, fine. I guess I'll be honest about my feelings. Jerk. This sounds really intense, but actually somebody just tripped over and accidentally dropped the box while walking on the petition. Dot dot dot.
今日はいつにも増して荒ぶってるな。何かあったのか?
Well, my apparently boyfriend said a bunch of really rude things to me. Like, I'm going to flee the country, and please stop locking me in this box. Not really.
そう? ならいいけど。
There is one thing I'd like to ask, just as a reference. What should I do to honestly express what I'm feeling? There's something I absolutely must get across, but I just can't muster up the courage to actually say it. Well, this would usually be the bit where I advise you to imagine Zen in his underwear, but I imagine the sorts of people this game is made for do that all the time anyway. Eh? I tried to say it over and over again, but every time the words rise to my lips, I feel as though saying it will lead to a permanent farewell.
それはつまりあれかな。
Like
告白的な？
a confession? Of murder? What would you do, Hugo?
俺？ああ、そうだな。どうしても口で言えないなら手紙とか？
A letter? Not a bad idea, but I'd rather not leave evidence.
恋文を証拠っていう女の子初めて見たな。
That is because you and I live in very different worlds, Hugo Spencer. I have to tell Zen. He needs to know that I can return him to his home world. I've returned to this world without giving my powers over to Rune. Yeah! I do have agency. All for a single goal. To return Zen to his world. I want my CG of him wearing a basketball jersey, goddammit. I need fodder for a he will never be ballin' meme I can send out of context to my friends. My battle with Ish is over. I have a strength approaching Goddess Norna at her most powerful. It's far too much power for a single human, but I need it to help Zen. Zen has stopped mentioning his home, but I'm sure he still yearns to return. He has a dream to fulfill back home, with friends and family both waiting for him. He's not part of this genre. I need to send him back to where he belongs before he pulls a Makoto Kyogoku and starts warping the world around him. But I also think that if the option were available, he'd refuse it again. He once was able to return, but came back again for my sake. So I can't help wondering if the very same thing would happen again if we're going to wind up entering an infinite loop. That's a terrible way to end a game. Those were the thoughts that filled my mind until yesterday. I'm a self-absorbed fool. Zen only remained in this world because I was in danger. I'm not sure why he wants to leave Historica, but he's obviously decided to say goodbye. We do have trucks in this world, so, well, at least we do have cars in this world, so there's probably a local truck-chan or Kun or Sama he could go lie in front of. If I bring up my magic, he'll choose to go home. It's not like he likes me as a person and wants to spend time with me or anything. That would be absurd. He'll leave. Just the thought of saying goodbye to Zen makes sadness and loneliness both coil uncomfortably around my chest. I can't just stay silent on this. I have to tell him, as soon as humanly possible. I know I can't let my feelings sway this decision, yet the words still refuse to come out. What do I do? As those thoughts swirl inside me, my ears catch a nearby conversation.
元気出せって。酒の失敗なんて初めてじゃないだろ。
You ritualistically self-poison yourself all the time.
けど相手がな、上官相手に仕事の愚痴をぶちまきちまうなんて、酒が入るとつい言いたいことを全部言っちまうんだよな。
You can tell we're in a medieval setting despite the cars and the airships and the guns and the indoor plumbing and electricity. Because people drink mead instead of beer. Everyone knows there was no beer in early civilization. It's not like wheat was foundational to us or anything. Mead gets you talking. Oh, Anastasia, you lovable fucking dumbass.
アナスタシアさん、何か良くない方向に向かってません？
Now do it, it'll be epic. I didn't realize alcohol was so powerful. With its incredible powers, I'll be able to rule the world.
やっぱり。確かにそういう人もいるかもしれないけど、お前に当てはまるとは限らないぞ。
Honestly, Anastasia, I feel like you're the sort of person who would just get the slightest bit of any sort of psychoactive substance in your system and just immediately have a panic attack.
それに、酔っ払った状態で愛の告白っていうのは、
No, I'm not.
どうかなと。
I'm not gonna confess my feelings. I'm gonna confess that I'm secretly God and can send him to a parallel dimension. It's totally different. A love confession? I have no intention of doing such a thing.
違うのか？じゃあ、まあいいのか？
Our plan is great.
けどお前、酒なんか飲んだことないだろう。飲みすぎて醜態さらすんじゃないぞ。
Drink too much your first time, regret whatever decisions you make. Got it.
酔って暴れたり、泣いたり、言うつもりのないことを言ってしまったりってこともあるんだからな。
It's the perfect crime. I'll keep it in mind. I'd rather not have to stoop so low as to rely on alcohol, but I can't waste any more time. Drastic times call for drastic measures, and is there ever in history been a more drastic measure than getting shit-faced? I'd say no.
おいおい、これはどういうことだ？
Zen looks at the bottles on the table with bewilderment.
夕飯を用意してるって話だったよな。なんで酒とつまみしかないんだよ。
I'm sorry for the sudden invitation. Did you have something else to attend to?
ねえけど、どうせ今夜ここに来るつもりだったし。
So does Zen's little isekai, not part of this universe setup, mean that he's also immune to getting drunk on this world's alcohol? Because I'm sure there are a bunch of people out there going, yeah, that sounds awesome, good for him, but you know, getting drunk is literally the only reason 90% of people drink alcohol. It certainly ain't for the taste, let me tell you. Left the spell, I assume. You're desperate to leave, I see.
俺のことよりお前だお前。なんで力を持ったままなんだよ。
Because I asked really politely.
女神は死者ってのに力を預けてたんだろう。お前だって同じことできたんじゃなかったのか。
All things come in due time. And now is the time for alcohol. Did I fucking stutter? Open your gullet. I enthusiastically fill our glasses and then bring mine to my lips to down the glass in one gulp.
ちょっと待て、お前が飲むのか?
We're not underage in a significant portion of the world. It's fine. I am of drinking age.
いつも酒場じゃミルクしか飲まねえじゃねえか。どういう風の吹き回しだ。 なんだよ。まさか俺のせいなのか。
Yes, and it's hilarious, so thank you. Not in the slightest. Fault lies in my lack of confidence.
育児ってまさか。とにかくお前は飲むな。絶対ろくなことにならねえ。この先は俺が全部飲むからいいな。
That is a very different type of story, my good man. Okay. Zen's behavior starts deteriorating after the fifth, was it sixth glass? I mean, on the one hand, this is not going to be nearly as funny as the thing I was expecting. On the other hand, I do appreciate not having to do my drunken voice the whole time. Well, so I guess that answers my question. His slurred voice grows sugary sweet, and every move seems more suspicious than the last. Although he started across from me, he's now sitting next to me. Zen, have you had too much to drink?
ああ、酒用意したのはお前だろ。残しててもしょうがねえから片付け手伝ってやってんだよ。
And I am thankful for that, but Zen is incredibly drunk. He's had a glass or two of mead when we ate together before, but I've never seen him like this. I thought his tolerance was higher.
まあ、お風呂発見。
Mole. Mole. Mole, 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 mole. Well, it's not represented on any of our CGs. His finger feels hot against my neck, and my body twists away in response. Yes, okay, no, this isn't funny, it's just kind of creepy. Game, you stop that right now.
くすぐったかったか。
Pointing. Alcohol can do this much. Thank goodness I never drank any myself, except that bit I did. As I'm basking in relief, Zen's good mood disappears. His expression shifts to something more docile.
黙って消えようとしてごめんな。別にお前らが嫌になったとか、そんなんじゃねえから。ただこの国で大事なもんを作りすぎちまった。今が一番いい時だ。クライオスやティレルとバカやるのも楽しいし、ルーシェンの描く未来ってのを見守るのも悪くない。それに、お前もいるしな、アナスタシア。
Okay, I know they're trying to, I know the intended read of this line is like, he put us last year's were most important, but the way he phrased it sounds like, yeah, Cass and Tyr are my best friends, we love hanging out all the time, Lucian's a great leader, I can't wait to see the world he managed to craft, Anastasia, you also exist. Zen's hand gently brushes the top of my head.
けど、みんな俺を置いて死んでいく。人の死には慣れてたつもりだったんだが、お前らが相手だとな。
Right, that whole, going to outlive literally everyone in existence and spend the rest of time floating in the center of the sun after it expands and consumes the world thing. It's a real bummer, isn't it? Zan! I can send you back to your homeworld. Travel between worlds was originally one of Norna's powers, and I won it back from Ish. Since I have all my powers back, I can use them without any risk to myself. Once you're back in your world, you won't have to suffer under immortality anymore. I can fix everything for you. Maybe once we're back in your world, we can finally figure out what race you're supposed to be. Your skin is dark, but your hair is completely white and your eyes look like they've been stabbed recently. And we still haven't got an explanation for that tattoo on your neck.
お前、そのために力を持ったまま戻ってきたのか。
Yes, sure. I was definitely thinking that far ahead. Zen looks terribly confused, but his focus seems to be on how I've maintained my powers rather than his return home. Nora's powers won't harm me, so you have nothing to worry about.
なわけねえだろ。
But Beba?
もしこの先大事な奴が殺されでもしたら、お前は一瞬でも死に戻りするかどうか迷うんじゃねえか。未来史で危険を回避できなかった自分を責めないって言い切れるか。
Okay, but if someone we love gets killed while we don't have goddess powers, do you think that's going to make us feel better? Because I don't think that's quite how that works.
力はあるだけで良いものも悪いものも引き寄せちまう。多分悪いものの方がずっと多いだろう。俺はもう悪い。俺を思ってのことだって分かっちゃいるんだから。
I should be able to still visit runes so I can give him custody of my powers whenever I want.
あ？なんだよ。それを早く言えって。
Sorry, I thought it went without saying. I'm sorry, I was just spurred on by your actions. I never realized how deeply he thought of me. Makes me happy knowing that now. Something deep in my heart breaks its chains and soars upwards. My feelings for Zen have always been this intense, powerful heat. I treasure them more than anything I've ever felt. Zen, I want to go with you to your world. I want to keep wearing my hair short and join your basketball team. I want to make it into an inexplicably popular 90s movie. I love you. I don't want to just let you go. He blushy blushy, it's cute. It's so cute, Richard. Everybody look at him.
けど、そうなったら、今度はお前が不老不死になっちまうんじゃないのか。
What part of I'm literally a goddess is not fucking with you here? I probably will, yes. I'll probably also lose these powers. I don't care about any of that. If I have to be the one to spend the rest of eternity in the sun for your efforts, then that's fine. Also, you can just tell me how you got here in the first place, since according to what happened at the end of your route, you can just do that on command anyway. So long as I can be with you, I can handle anything.
俺もお前と離れたくないと思ってる。
His arms wrap so tightly around me, my breath stops. Joy wells up within me. It's as if I was born to experience this very moment. Although that would be a very hollow existence. Zen falls asleep soon afterwards because he was in fact hammered out of his goddamn skull. After managing to carry him to bed, I let out a sigh. I was hoping we could speak more on what's to come after this, but... Oh well. We can continue this conversation tomorrow. But then, like a thief in the night... Sen, if you aren't the most predictable human being on God's green earth... I suppose this isn't really God's green, on Norna's green earth. Are you really okay?
どうただの二日酔いだ。それより悪かったな。ベッド占領して。
I don't really know what we could have done about that. You are, in fact, very large. That's fine. Our sofa actually makes for a fairly comfortable bed.
なんだそりゃ。一緒に寝てもよかったのに。
What?
冗談だよ。真に受けんな。お前に手を出したらルーシェンに殴られる。
Yeah, but if he actually tried that, he'd probably wind up breaking his hand, so, you know. Huh? Why Prince Lucian specifically?
あいつ、お前のこと好きだろ。プロポーズされんのも時間の問題じゃねえか。
Yeah, sure. Let's talk about that in the middle of your route. I see how it is. I can't say I know much about that. I want to go with you to your world. Can't accept any proposal.
あ？一体何の話だ？ああ、そういやお前のおかげで俺はあっちに帰れるんだっけか。
Yes, that thing we talked about, like, 2 minutes of in-game time ago. Yes! And I
な
also...
んでお前も一緒に来ることになるんだよ。
How could you ask that?
酒のせいで記憶があやふやだな。もしかして俺、お前に変なこと言ったか。
No. No, not at all.
そうかい。もし何か言ってたら、酔っ払いのたわごとだと思って水に流してくれ。
Dick.
元の世界に戻れるなら早いに越したことはねえな。本番にでも頼むわ。
Meanwhile, back at the stabbing factory.
Anastasia! ぼーっとすんな! 体調が悪いなら横にはけてろ!
Yes, sir.
Anastasia, 大丈夫か?
The rest of the wings appear to have faded from existence. I'm pretty sure they said something about that at the ending scroll, but it went by pretty quickly if you didn't notice. Yeah. I'm fine, Anastasia said, clearly not fine.
風邪でもひいたのか? 薬もらってきてやろうか?
Peel's here. Don't worry about me, I'm physically just fine.
もしかして、振られた? いや、違うよな。愛の告白するわけじゃないって言ってたもんな。
Why must you mock me so?
まさか図星? アナスタシア、暇ならクライオス団長を呼んできてくれ。
You know, your other love interest. All we gotta do is get Tyrell to confess to us as well, and we'll have the whole quartet. Yes, sir. I'll get him right away.
おうその元気出せよ。そういうことは時間が解決してくれるから。
Unlike the kind of wounds not Cryas, Zen is used to taking. Oh ho 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 ho. This is what I get for relying on alcohol to fix my problems. But we still haven't confirmed that it wasn't the cause of all life's problems. I feel like Ish would probably need to have been very drunk to come up with the plan he did. Trying to justify its use as a necessary drastic measure was a mistake. I should have approached it head-on instead of relying on some cheap trick. I was so happy last night. Now I feel as though I'm in my own personal hell. I mean, it's not like, you know, the same sort of hell I experienced when I was, you know, locked in an old dirty room and forced to eat frogs for 7 years. Or that time I was forced to murder all the people I know and love by an evil witch's curse, or, you know, the many times I was killed by Endy, but, it was kinda bad. Maybe I should try telling him one more time. I should say I love him and want to go with him while he's sober. But what if he turns me down? He may have just agreed to the idea because the mead helped his mood and he'd otherwise turn down the idea. If he refuses the idea again, I may not be able to recover. All the courage I had in me has completely disappeared. It's as these thoughts swirl in my mind that I arrive at Grand Commander Cryas' office. Anastasia here, sir. May I enter?
Come on, yo.
Pardon the intro. Of all the Grand Commander's offices in all the cities in all the world, he just had to walk into mine. 'Cause this is the one I go to. And it's also the one he goes to. I knew all that already, why am I so surprised? Zen. Funny seeing you here.
何かあったのか?
You could say that. I was asked to come retrieve you. Could you come to the training grounds?
わかった。ゼン、この薬でよかったか?
サンキュー。じゃあ、俺帰るわ。
Medicine? Are you ill?
二日酔いの薬だよ。どうも昨日は相当飲んだらしくてな。俺が愛用している薬が効くからってわざわざ取りに来たんだよ。
Is the medicine more booze?
いくら全く酔わない体質だからって飲みすぎもほどほどにしろよ。
Doesn't get drunk. What do you mean?
おう、普通酔うと饒舌になったり明るくなったりするだろ。けどこいつは少しも変わらないんだよな。酔って記憶をなくすなんて失態もないし。
Wow, the rules of the powers are consistent. It's a miracle. He can't get drunk, Charlie Brown. Interesting.
ゼンのやつ、あんな逃げるように帰らなくても。
See, you can tell this is a Japanese game because literally any American writer would have made him say something very quickly as he ran off, because apparently that's funny and not just how some people talk. My brain moves very fast. I have to pump the brakes on my thought process, or at least my rate of speech incredibly hard. Ordinarily, when I'm just talking casually, it comes out a bit more like this. And I'm sure you could keep up with that in short bursts, but it's very difficult to keep up with long stretches of information, like when I'm talking about my favorite mystery novel, the 10 Days Wonder by Ellery Queen, originally published. See? See? Probably make streams much shorter, though, which would make I could get more done in a day. Maybe something to consider. Good Commander, may I take half a day's leave?
ああ、それは構わないが。
Thank you, sir.
おお。なんだか面白いことになってるみたいだな。
I'm not really involved in this romance subplot. I'm just here to have fun. I am such a mischievous little scamp. Stop running, Zen!
Yeah.
Stop! In the name of love! Before you break my heart! I'll never be able to catch up with him like this. Time to change tack. I love how they're playing the epic battle music for this section. It fits perfectly, I'm sure you'll agree. I pull one of my boots off and chuck it at Zen's head. If it's stupid but it works, it ain't stupid. Boom! Headshot. Zen stops and I take advantage of that brief moment to jump at him. You're not getting away this time. Yes. 1 second. You remembered! You remembered everything and you lied to me! You sit up on a throne of lies! My feelings cause you nothing but trouble, then tell me. Rather that than pretending it never happened at all. Okay, we're not fighting anymore. Alright, he apologized, it's all good. That's it, roll credits, everyone go home.
俺だってお前が好きだよ。
Aww.
お前が俺を思うよりずっと好きだ。お前が一緒にいたいって言ってくれて、そりゃ嬉しかったさ。連れ帰って俺だけのもんにしてよ。けどお前が俺と同じ体になっちまうなら話は別だ。
We did it, we won. But I said I was fine with that.
俺が耐えられねえんだよ。お前を一人置いていくなんて絶対に嫌だ。
Seriously, can you not just tell us where the space hole was? Like, you found it in less than a minute last time. It can't be that difficult. It's not the button I meant to
で
hit.
もそれはきっとお前も同じなんだろうな。だからここで別れた方がいいんだ。
You really love me. You aren't lying to me again, are you?
お前のことを思うなら否定しとくとこだって分かってるが。
Okay, maybe
限界だ。
maybe it's more like a small elementary school pipe chair of lies. And they went smooch. Now, kiss.
俺はずっと空っぽだった。希望も目的も夢もなくて、生きてるのに生きてないような実体のない影みたいに自分のことを思ってた。
They should have put a comma between living and but. It makes the cadence of the sentence make much more sense.
けど、お前と出会ってから少しずつ変わっていったんだ。立ちができたし、守りたいもんも増えた。そしてお前と肩を並べるようになって、何もかも一変した。
Everything changed when the Fire Engine Red Hair nation attacked. That's a topical joke, right?
お前は小さいろうそくみたいだった。ちびっこいくせにすげえ火力で燃えしちまう。正直おっかなかったよ。大丈夫か心配で目が離せなくて。お前はすぐ怒るし、すぐ人を信用するし、すぐ同情しては悲しんで、時々笑う。そんなお前につられて、俺まで心を強く動かされた。
You're like a small bird. You're like a small bird that I like to keep in a cage. Look at a cage and go, aw, it's cute. It walked around a bit.
俺にとってお前は生きる理由だった。お前と一緒にいる時だけは自分を人間だと思えたんだ。
Oh, really? Never before that? Guess he wasn't that ballin'.
好きだよ、アナスタシア。お前のことが誰よりも好きだ。このままさらっちまいたいくらいだよ。お前とならどこでだって生きていけるのに。
Me? Like, really? For reals? Really?
あ
Okay, cool. Then it's a promise.
あ、うん。ん？現地？
There is one single place where we can live together and experience the same flow of time.
は？
It won't be easy, and the house is fairly old and beaten down. We'll also have some pretty awful neighbors. You okay with all that, though?
即答仕掛けたが、その隣人ってのは人相最悪で性格極悪の背中で蛇飼ってる野郎か。
It certainly would be. Oh, heinously ugly. I mean, granted, his fashion sense is incredibly, you know. I first considered freeing you of immortality, but even I can't manage that. I'd like to figure out why I can't, but I imagine it'd take far too much time. I figured the shrine would work for this, too. So, what do you think? I know the location leaves much to be desired, and there aren't really anything to, you know, do there, but... You come with me? You know, go abandon the entire rest of the cast of this game and your friends in your homeworld?
お前ってほんと突拍子ねえな。
I agree. I don't need an answer right away. I'll wait as long as it takes.
バカ。なの考えるまともねえよ。地獄だろうが魔界だろうが、お前と一緒ならどこにだって行くさ。
And then they had wacky adventures with their mischievous roommate-ish.
なにどうしたの？
嫌な予感がする。めんどくさい輩が来襲してくるような。
Got a bad feeling about this, Rune. What were wish?
医師よりめんどくさいやつはいないと思うけど。楽しくなるといいね。
And then he went to jail for the rest of his life. I would like to save the data, thank you. Alright, Lucy. You're probably the most canon option on this list. Let's see what you got for us. Boom. Skip to Rune's final question. Sure, why not? I will not keep them this time. Apparently that is how you unlock all of the rest of the options. Lucian, Cryas, and Tyrell's final chapters have been unlocked. That seems very unbalanced somehow. It's a bit whack, actually. Maybe even wiggity whack. Alright. Honestly, Cryas is probably the one I'm least excited about, so I guess we'll go do his first. I don't dislike him as a character, I just don't get a lot of romantic chemistry between him and Annie. He's all mischievous and shit. Can I be assigned another instructor? I can't quite handle someone like him. I have no idea who this is supposed to be. Like, Sir Cryas Castle Rock, I mean. You can tell it's in the past because there's a music box. We won't. Did I wake you? My apologies.
いや、勤務中だというのに居眠りなんて。団長失格だな。ブランケットをかけようとしてくれてたのか。ありがとう。
We did it. You work far too much. You never let up. Oh boy, you work too much. Now, sir, you never get up. Not a single member would complain if you took time off for yourself.
美味しい食事にありつけると思えば頑張れるよ。確か今夜だったよな。
Gotta party hard. Yes, Maya and I have caused you no end of grief, so this is more of an apology than anything. I've asked Hugo and the others to come as well. I'm sure they'll help make it an enjoyable time.
それは楽しみだ。
Maya's cooking is incredible. I just wish I could have properly thanked her too, since none of this was her fault. I just can't really walk around that much now.
そうだろうな。何せ女神様の生まれ変わりだ。見つかれば大騒ぎになるだろう。
Yeah, if there's a Megami's Tensei, then that means that God is about to explode the entire planet, turn us into either a vortex world or a dome with a kingdom on top. Nobody wants either of those to happen. Tomorrow's paper will include an article denying that claim. I only hope that will help to calm things down.
そういえば、そんなことをティレルと話してたな。一体どうやって民衆を説得するんだ？
Hard work and determination.
ガルダに騎乗して現れたことは、お前が翼騎士団のものだったということで説明がつくだろうが、時すさびのバラを反応させた件については、なかなか言い逃れが難しそうだな。
What kind of name is Rose of Tranquil Time anyway? We're going with the illusion angle. You know, the lazy one. Yes. We're leaning entirely on the distance between the podium and the audience and the bright sun that day. It was just a trick of the light. It was swamp gas reflecting off a weather balloon.
乗り切れるかな。まあ、何から何まで解決とはいかないよな。王族のグダグダはまだまだ続きそうだし。
Yeah. I'll actually be meeting Prince Lucian later. Not sure what he needs from me, but if you have a message for him, I can deliver it.
ルーシェン殿下。面談はいつなんだ？
Next weekend.
そうか。
There he goes again, lost in his own head. Grand Commander's been acting odd recently. After entrusting my powers to Rune, I asked to be reinstated in the Wings of Garda. Grand Commander Kryas quickly approved the request and things are mostly back to normal. Mostly. Except for the Grand Commander's behavior. He'd be smiling one moment and sighing the next. Or he'd suddenly lose himself in thought like this. He's a tortured artist, Annie. You don't understand what's happening in the depths of his soul. He's wearing a decorative turkey plume. It's clearly a sign that he's very sensitive. This must be my fault, as most things are. Anyone would be on edge if they had someone as incomprehensible as a Megami Tensei as a subordinate. I need to be honest with him.
気晴らしに剣でも振るってくるか。アナスタシア、お前も一緒に。
You know what always helps me relax? Stabbing people.
No.
Well. Grand Commander! However, I'm supposed to be delivering this.
はい。
Though my relationship with the goddess may have led to some understandable development on your part, I am an ordinary human. I can't use my fatal rewind anymore, sir. I may have memories from when I was goddess now, but it's not enough to affect my personality. I am still Anastasia Linzel. I thought the core would help me straighten out my life, sir. Why are you looking at me like I've sprouted another head? Is my explanation not good enough?
そうではなくて、お前はこんなに距離を詰めて話すタイプじゃなかったから、ちょっと驚いてるだけだ。
Baba?
入団したばかりの時なんか顔も見てくれなかったよな。目を合わせてくれるまでも相当時間がかかった。
Well, yeah, we had to wait until we were sure you were a love interest. We had to make sure we were picking the correct person to build intimacy with via prolonged eye contact. Alright, come on, blink. Blink, damn you. Someday, chat. Someday.
あと、俺のことが苦手だからって、俺の担当から外れようとしたこともあったよな。
Yeah, remember that totally important scene of a development that happened at some point?
もう離れるのか？残念だな。
There's a gag about that in Nozaki-kun that was very funny to me. If you have not read the original manga Month Ghost Nozaki-kun, you should. It has been going for like multiple years worth of material after the end of the anime, and it has somehow only gotten better. Ba-doop. Da-da-da. This is your fault, Baka. You started it. Took my hand and came in close, stood behind me, kissed the top of my head, hugged me, and wouldn't let go. It's called sexual harassment, you know? You even whispered in my ear with this nice, soft voice. You completely warped my idea of what reasonable personal space is. I'm sorry, I'm speaking of a very different Grand Commander. It has nothing to do with the person you are now. Have I made you feel uncomfortable? Well, okay. That makes two of us. I'm so sorry. I'll return with a proper written apology momentarily. Just in a hot second.
始末書って
You're the salt of the earth, Annie. It's not that funny, though. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away. Wait, you're inviting the entire cast to a party at your luxuriant home? You can't do that, are you mental? This is still a mystery word. Someone's gonna get shot with a crossbow or something. I'll be in a locked room and everything. And everyone will have an alibi, and there will be a weird dying message left at the scene that will not apparently refer to anyone present. Ugh. You'd think after 4 cycles you'd learn better.
これってそんな集まりだったんですか？もちろんマヤさんとまた会えたのは嬉しいですけど。
Also, we have not properly addressed the fact that Landon is the only person in this entire game who fucking killed a person of his own free will without the Witcher's involvement and had literally 0 comeuppance in any timeline. That's upsetting.
Anastasia の翼騎士団復帰祝いがメインかと思ってた。
I don't mind either way.
よくありません。パーティーの主役はお嬢様です。
Am I'm happy that anyone here that you're back, so I actually thought it was a good idea.
お嬢様。
Blairs. Man, it's not funny if you get upset about it. Can't believe Landon Woolley is an anti-woke stand-up comedian on top of everything else. There's a reason no one here likes you, Landon.
皆さん、いろいろあったみたいですが、全部まるっとひっくるめてお疲れ様でした。乾杯。
Multiple entire plot arcs. And then we got hammered again. Bye. Bye.
マヤさんの料理最高だな。あ、この肉料理めっちゃうまい。
See, it's funny because he's fat.
そうでしょ。そちらはお嬢様がお作りになったんです。
Fuck, I did.
へえ。意外だな。料理なんてしなさそうなのに。
She's been teaching me lately. I can't have Maya take care of me forever. I need to be able to live on my own. Maya always enjoys cooking, but today she was positively beaming. Her smile was always on my clumsy movements as she adroitly used her brand new knife. That brand new knife, which, law of conservation detailed days, is going to be the murder weapon. You can load a knife into a crossbow if you put a notch in the handle to catch it. It's fine. Thankful to the Grand Commander's advice. I may not know much about clothing or cosmetics, but I know a good blade when I see one. I'm so glad I was finally able to give it to her. What?
どうした Anastasia?
Nothing, it's just I've thought about you twice in the past 2 scenes. That, means we're destined to be romantically involved now. I'm happy. I don't know what's that's like normally. I had given up once. I was weary of the killing and tired of being killed. So I cut off everyone I loved. Were all 3 of you actually sacrificium at any point over the course of this game? I'm starting to suspect you weren't. But now everyone's happy, so it's all fine. I can sit here and enjoy a meal with these people. Now feels like a dream. But part of me is still terrified. Don't do that. The Grand Commander's hand patting against my back pulls me out of my thoughts.
お前がその手で掴んだ幸福だ。何も怖がることはないさ。
Not even spiders? What if it's a really big spider? I know.
それにしても驚きましたよ。広場でルーシェン様の演説を聞いてたら突然ガルダが飛んでくるんですもん。あれはお芝居だったって言ってましたよね。ルーシェン様の演説を成功させるための。
Yes. That's definitely how it all happened. Yeah, that's about right.
ルーシェン様にそんなこと頼まれるなんて。やっぱり公爵家だからですか？
Yeah?
あれには本当に驚かされたよな。もしかして殿下に協力するために翼騎士団を辞めたのか？
Yes, definitely. I am significantly closer to him than anyone else whose route I could potentially be on right now.
そうだ。あれは特別任務だったんだよ。秘密裏に殿下をお助けするために俺がこいつを推薦したんだ。
Oh, Cryus, you are so good at lying.
なるほど。そういうことだったんですか。
Does it actually?
特別任務。かっこいい響きです。
An impossible mission, if you will. Not a reference to Mission Impossible, a reference to the Commodore 64 game. I am a cultured individual, and I think it's funny when the man screams when he falls down. Thanks to the Grand Commander's help, the breath I'd been holding comes out in a relieved sigh. Oh, this plate's empty. Suppose it is hard to get seconds from over there. Here you are, sir.
わざわざ取り分けてくれたのか。ありがとう。失礼。
His finger brushes by my cheek. It's...
頬に粉物がついていた。
Okay, well, what sort of powder was it? Like cumin? Or like talcum powder?
どうしたミッチェル。まだ気になることがあるのか？
Do you mind? We're kind of having a moment.
あるにはありますけど。 僕は自ら藪に突っ込むような愚か者ではないので差し控えます。
なんか最近さ、団長とアナスタシアの雰囲気変わったよな。もしかして付き合ってる？
Yes.
隣に愚か者がいたことを忘れてました。
こら、そういうことは言うもんじゃない。
Yo, Landon, you fucking dumbass.
だって二人とも否定しないし。で、どうなんだよ、アナスタシア。
Uh, um, I, of course not. That's a silly idea.
あの鉄仮面がめちゃくちゃ動揺してるぞ。これはひょっとすると。
I look over to the Grand Commander. He simply sips at his wine with feigned ignorance. Why won't you help me out this time?
こいつが答えないなら団長に聞くしかないですね。団長、どうなんですか
Oh, he's so delightfully evil.
団長の必殺技、大人の余裕の笑み。この技を食らった以上はたちまち団長の虜になるという男なら誰もが習得したい究極の技だ。
It's also a plus on block.
アナスタシア、お前もこの技の餌食に。
Table shakes. At the epicenter of the movement is a fork, stabbed right into the wood.
ランドンさん、あまりふざけたことをおっしゃっているとメインディッシュの材料にしてしまいますよ。
Don't do that, he looks so chewy.
脂身が多いからやめておいた方がいいですよ。
すみません。ちゃんと言って聞かせますので。
That was close. Hyperventilating. And then that scene just kind of ended. Despite the hiccup, dinner continues with the same jovial atmosphere as before.
料理もすべていただいたことだし、遅くならないうちにおいとましよう。マヤ殿、アナスタシア、今夜はご招待ありがとうございました。
ごちそうさまでした。
Just uncontrollably sobbing right there in the room in front of us, making everyone uncomfortable.
ランドンさん、なんで泣いてるんですか？
天国が終わっちまうからだよ。
Heaven is a 2-room, 1-bath apartment in the middle of the city, apparently.
騒がしくしてすみません。
That man will kill people with literally zero provocation. I'll see them to the door, Maya.
はい、かしこまりました。
今日は本当にありがとうな。それじゃ、アナスタシア、また明日な。
Yeah, see you tomorrow. Don't ask why our apartment is on the street that has literally no residential buildings but a shitload of bars. Thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to come today, Grand Commander. Make sure you rest properly tonight.
ありがとう。お前の手料理まで食べられるとは思わなかったから嬉しかったよ。病が治った後で本当に良かった。
Yeah, food is as a general rule, better when you can taste it. Grand Commander Cryas had spent most of his life robbed of various senses. Saving Huma gave him the red feathers he needed for his medicine.
辞める直前にフマについての助言をくれた時は正直半信半疑だったが、お前のおかげで救われたよ。
I only saved her because you trusted in me. I'd never even touched a Garuda before. You chose to believe in me. I never considered the opposite, though. You were always someone who would always really listen to what I had to say, despite everything. Okay, it's not satisfying if you give it to me for free, game. You gotta make me work for it a bit.
俺も料理はそれなりにやる方なんだ。今度お礼にご馳走させてくれ。
Okay, but how well can he cook, considering, you know, that he developed the ability to taste, like, whatever our unit of timeline between scenes are ago. I know it's not impossible, but I also know it's not likely. Thank you. Oh, but here. Wait, that, okay, now everything is broken. Hold on. I don't feel like going through testing these right now, but I don't know, that usually works. Anyway, thank you for the follow on the infinitesimal chance you aren't a bot I'm going to have to ban in a few seconds.
なんだこの紙は。
It's a piece of paper. It's made from wood pulp. My written apology.
本当に書いてきたのか。お前冗談は言わないもんな。びっしり書いてるな。
Yeah, that's salt of the earth, ain't he? It did make things awkward after all. Anyone would be uncomfortable with being blamed for things they have no memory of committing.
そうじゃないんだ、アナスタシア。俺はただ、お前を抱きしめて、キスをして、その状況を見てるわけじゃないし、もちろん記憶もない。けど、お前相手にそういうことをする自分の心理は想像がつく。お前、俺に言ってないことあるだろう。
Yeah, this one time you, chained me to the couch in your office and forcefully made out with me, and it was kinda hot. How?
俺はお前に好きだと言ったんじゃないか。
Gasp.
やっぱりそうか。俺たちは恋人同士だった時期があるのかな。
In the most technical sense of the term, yes. No, that never happened.
俺の片思いだったというわけか。前に死に戻りについて話したときは、裁判やガルダについてしか話してくれなかったな。なぜ俺の気持ちについては触れなかったんだ。
Okay, we don't need that much pause. It's a continuous thought. And mostly because they were just kind of underdeveloped and didn't really land well. How could I? I just came out and said that you'd confess to me your lack of memories would only make things awkward, like they did today.
アナスタシア、俺はな、お前のことを不快に思ったんじゃない。自分に嫉妬したんだ。
You know, like the author of Trapped in an Island with Josh Hutchinson, getting you jealous of their own OC.
今の俺も、お前に惹かれているから。
Well.
ここのところずっとモヤモヤしてたんだが、口に出したらすっきりしたな。
That was easy.
俺はお前のことが好きだ。ずっとそばにいてほしい。
haven't done anything to make you feel that way.
働きって。まあ、お前が言いたいことはなんとなくわかるが。
You are kind of a lovable fail daughter. Despite being incredibly attractive.
実はあるんだ。お前が死に戻りしている最中の記憶が。
What?
と言ったら付き合ってくれたか。
Dick. Lie is absolutely terrible for my heart.
悪い悪い。俺も結構必死なんだよ。それでどうなんだ？記憶があれば俺と付き合おうと思えたか？
Da, 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 da. Yes. Confirming his suspicions probably hurts more than denying them. Yet all I can do was nod. I love the Grand Commander. Talking with him like this just makes those feelings all the more plain to me. I love him. But I haven't done anything worth those feelings to the man before me now. And... the last time we hugged like that, he was in the process of turning into a demon. Which I, at least, have a problem with, even if no one else in the audience does. Chasing the version of him from my memories. From before my fatal rewind. I'm pathetic.
そうか。それならよかった。
Good. Why?
前に起きた出来事についてお前がもっと詳しく話せばいいんだ。
Talking about something happening is the same thing as it actually happening, right? That's why people love making, like, screenshots of video games they don't plan on actually making. They're basically the same. But you're two different people.
変わらないさ。また同じことが起きたとしても、俺はお前を守ることを選ぶから。
Great Commander.
なあ、アナスタシア。俺にもっと聞かせてくれ。
Sounds like a
俺とお前の
mile
間に起きたこ
tall.
と。俺がお前に何を言って、お前が俺に何を言ったのか。時間がかかってもいいから教えてほしいんだ。すべてを聞き終えた時には
You're going to make out so hard.
俺は今よりもっとお前のことを好きになっているよ。
Now she has chubbier thighs than I was expecting. Commander.
悪いが俺は引かないよ、アナスタシア。ここで引いてしまえばお前を幸せにできないんだと認めてしまうことになる。
So I'm not sure if I'd consciously register that she's wearing a cape before now. Which is a good cage design trope we should see more of.
そんなつもりは過去の俺にもなかったと思うんだ。道半ばで命を落としてしまったが、それでもお前を愛した俺はきっと未来を夢見たはずだ。初めてだな。もっと生きていたいと思うのは。
Fancy living? Or just regular living?
お前の言うエンディングとやらに俺
Of course you are. I'll make it something worth waiting for.
どうか未来を俺と一緒に生きてくれないか。
Yes.
よしよし、やっと素直になったが。
We did it, chat. We got Anastasia to stop lying to people. It took us 400,000 years, but I'm sorry.
なんで謝るんだ？俺はお前が思っていることを聞けて嬉しいよ。素直になったついでに聞いてみようかな。7年ほど前、俺がお前の教育担当だった時だ。なんで俺の担当から外れようとしたんだ？
I didn't like your smile. You look like you're going to stab somebody. Just constantly, all the time.
ああ、すまん。やっぱりいい。実はあの頃から憧れてて恥ずかしかったとかそういう可愛い返事を期待した俺が愚かだった。
Wow. Roasted. Not even intentionally. That's the best kind. I really, really hated your smile.
2回言うほど。
Your smile was as bright as the sun. I could feel how hopeless I was for not being able to return it with a smile of my own. I couldn't bear it. So I took my frustrations out on you. I'm sorry.
まあ、7年前といえばお前は11歳だからな。思春期真っ只中なんだから仕方ない。
I mean, that's, like, true, but I would appreciate it if you didn't bring it up. Considering that we are attempting to have a romantic conversation right now.
それで今は
Say the line, Annie. I love it. And I love you. Mooch. Yeah, but he got two smooches, so, he was really winning here. Maybe I've been looking at this all wrong.
やっと聞けたな。
An indescribable warmth flows down to the very tips of my toes. I've never been more comfortable, yet I can't stop the tears from flowing. Takes a little bit, but I finally realize this warmth is what true happiness feels like. I've literally never felt it before now, so I wouldn't know. That sounds like a joke, but it's also just an accurate description of this game's entire plot up to this point. Chunk. And then everything went dark. Fiend.
来週ルーシェン殿下と面談と言っていたな。俺も付きそう。
Yeah, let's all go make fun of him for losing. Oh, understood, sir.
それから今後ティレルやゼンと会う時も同席するよ。くれぐれも二人きりでは会わないように。
See, he's hot, so when he does it, it's romantic. Are you actually the jealous type?
どうもそうらしい。自分でも驚いてるよ。まったく恋というものはままならないものだな。多分これからお前はもっと大変なことになるだろうが、その分。
You'll probably have your fair share of problems in the future, most of them caused by me. I'm kind of a shithead.
幸せにすると誓うよ。
Save your clear data. You wouldn't be giving me the option if it wasn't gonna be important somehow. Next up on the list is the winner of earlier this year's r/Otome Games Best Hero Competition, Tyrell. Which got big enough that the game scriptwriter actually took note of it. /Otome Games is really well moderated. Always doing special events. Straightforward on topic. I don't know how many mods they have, but I do know none of them are getting paid enough. Chirping of birds welcomes in the morning. Oh, I know I must wake up. My body still craves the bed. I shall have the bed and all that comes with it. Yesterday's training echoes painfully in my bones. Oh no, my bones! Let's just wait here until Maya comes to wake me up. A few minutes later, I hear the sounds of someone preparing breakfast. Then, I hear the dull thud of thick shoes on the floor. Those are not Maya's footsteps. This is not my beautiful house. This is not my beautiful maid.
Ah, もうお目覚めですか。
There's the boy.
アナスタシア様。
Look at him. He has no sense of personal space. Anastasia.exe is loading. Please wait. Circle, 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 circle. And now you're here. Please, sir. This is no laughing matter.
すまない。しかし、そうだよな。朝からあの鉄仮面を拝まないとならないのはなかなか辛いものがあるよな。
You've got to admit it is very funny. I prefer the scowl. It's the smile that makes it so terrifying. Oh, he sees the lighter side of everything. Great commander.
ティレルの笑顔か。あいつとはそれなりに長い付き合いだが、俺は悪辣な笑みしか見たことないな。
Can I make him understand? I've told him over and over again that I'm not the goddess.
たとえ別人であっても女神の生まれ変わり。使える理由としては十分なんじゃないか。
I mean, there is a little statement about horses and mouths and gift horses and horse mouths.
それに先祖の失態を知ってしまったというのも余計忠誠心を煽っているのかもしれないな。異種族の生き残りとして役目を果たそうって必死なんだろう。
I'd still rather see Master Tyrael as he used to be, you know, kind of a shithead, being rude to everybody.
そんなにティレルに女神扱いされるのは嫌か。
I understand your logic, sir. I know just how proud he was of his family history of being ninjas. But I want him to see me as Anastasia Linzel. No, I need him to.
ティレルにだけはか。それって。
Oh crap, you picked another route this time. I know that's upsetting.
そこまで思ってるなら、いっそ正直に言ってやったらどうだ。付きまとわれて迷惑だと。
It's not annoying, really. His relationship with Maya is falling apart because he's encroaching on her territory. I wanted to see how Maya reacted to us getting together back in your route. That was like the thing I was most looking forward to. You took it away from me. But he's also helped me quite a lot. Because of everything Mr. Tyrell did, that I'm able to live a normal life without fear of retribution from the royal family. It's just... It's awfully embarrassing that he can watch me as I sleep. How does he even get in here? Did you give him a key? What's wrong with you?
あいつは勝手に部屋に入り込んでいるのか。てっきりドア越しに
Also, yeah, that is in fact really bad. It's also a bit odd for him to come pick me up once work is over.
迎え
Like with his whip, like Spider-Man? He said there may still be some who still fervently believe in the goddess. I keep telling him I can protect myself, but he refuses to listen. There's the hand-holding. It's so perverse. He says the streets are still far too dangerous at night, but it only makes me more jumpy to have him hold my hand. Yeah, me too, Chris.
アナスタシア、一つ確認したいんだが、ティレルもゼンのように死に戻り前後の記憶があるって可能性はないか？
I mean, I'm pretty sure that's totally impossible. Well, what makes you think that?
ティレルが一度も魔女に狙われなかったことについて、あいつが異種族だからなんじゃないかって仮説が立ったんだ。
I thought that was related to some protection that may have been placed on his family.
それと同じで、死に戻りしても記憶は保護されていたんじゃないか。
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say probably not. I don't have any evidence either way, but I don't think it works like that. If he really was protected, he wouldn't have succumbed to the sleeping magic. And if he really did remember everything, wouldn't he have something to us?
そうだよな。
He never was one for subtlety when whipping people would do. Unless... Have you noticed something? Has something made you think he may still have his memories? I'm very dense, so I don't know.
それは
Yes?
お迎えに上がりました。アナスタシア様。
And then the man himself showed up. Look at that pasty little boy. So skinny. Master Tyrell.
いや、ティレル。なんだか久しぶりな気がするな。ちょっと前まで毎日のように顔を合わせていたせいかな。
本当にな。お前の薄ら笑いから解放されてせいせいしていたところなのに。あんまり同じ表情をしてると笑いじわができるぞ。
I mean, he is like, what, half a decade older than us? That's practically ancient in anime standards. A few lines would make him make sense. Yes.
どうしたアナスタシア。ちょっと涙ぐんでないか。
He's the actual man I fell in love with again. It's beautiful. It's been so long since I've heard Master Tyrell use the scathing tone. Ah, thank goodness.
そういえばお前、前にもティレルに質問されて喜んでたな。異端審問官の時は一体どんな日々を送っていたんだ？
Look, he has a whip, and I chose his route anyway. You know what I'm into.
アナスタシア様、就業時間は過ぎたのではありませんか？そろそろ帰りましょう。
Oh, okay. I'll get my things together. And just like that, the mood is ruined.
なあティレル、今度はどんな悪巧みをしてるんだ？
自己紹介なら俺相手には不要だ。
あんまり大人げないことはするなよ。
一体何のことだか。俺はただ、主の望みを叶えているだけだ。
Are you actually, though? That was a rhetorical question, in case you didn't gather.
あなた がお作りになったスープ、少し味が濃いのではありませんか？お嬢様が高血圧になったらどう責任を取るおつもりなのかしら。
And Maya comes out hard with an opening accusation of neglected health. How can Tyrell respond to such a direct assault?
主は今日も厳しい訓練のために大量の汗を流しておられる。適切に塩分を摂取しなくては手足のむくみや激しい頭痛につながる。
Oh my god, he answers with extremely specific medical knowledge gained from his many investigations into homicide. Oh, Maya is reeling.
今夜の書斎を調味料の使い方も知らないどこぞのメイドが担当したせいで俺が補ってやるしかなかった。
And a shot against her being extremely white on the way out. My god, can she recover?
常識をわざわざ披露していただけるなんて、リストンさんって顔に似合わず親切なんですね。お嬢様の好みは薄味、塩分量も別に特別少ないとは。
But Maya reels back and accuses Lister of being an interloper into an established relationship and criticizes his subjective tastes in food. It's a bold strategy. Let's see if it pays off for her.
そんなに塩を削りたいなら老人介護施設への就職口を探してきてやろう。
Lister responds with a crack about nursing homes. Is it a hint that she should retire? Is it a shot at her age? I'm not entirely sure.
あ、近所の安い酒屋が料理人を探してましたよ。あなたにぴったりではありませんか。
Oh, Kirkland is staggering. Her only response is, and I know you are, but what am I move? I think Lister might have this in the bag. Both of your cooking tastes good. And interference by Anastasia Linzel. My god, the crowd is screaming so loud it's past the range of human audibility. Why are they so antagonistic with each other?
お嬢様、口に合わないなら合わないと遠慮なさらずはっきりおっしゃっていいんですよ。
No, it's really fine. I think it's delicious. I didn't realize you could cook, Master Tyrell. Previously mentioned that your role was to eat the food, not make it.
ここ数日で学びました。
I'm basically an ace attorney prosecutor. John of Convention dictates that I must be obscenely talented at literally everything. A few days? Why go that far?
それはもちろんあなたに喜んでいただきたいからですよ。
My heart drums out an alarm. When he smiles at me like that, my heartbeat gets no less than 10 times faster. His smile is as rare as a shooting star. I've made it easier to deal with before, but seeing it every day feels like I'm being overdosed on sugar. I'm not sure my heart will last.
喜んでいただきたいというなら、まずお嬢様の好みを覚える方が先ではありません？
My this bit's done and over with. It's very humid outside. My throat is drying out. I would appreciate it if you didn't make me yell so much.
こないだ主は安い酒屋の濃いつまみを幸せそうに食していたぞ。
Wow, roasted? Flashback.
片付けも終わったので、今夜はこれにて失礼いたします。
Yes, please get out of my house. That's weird. Thank you.
アナスタシア様、大変申し訳ないのですが、明日は所用があり、一日顔を出すことができません。
Thank God.
異端審問会の退職が決まったので、執務室の片付けを済ませなくてはならなくて。もしお許しいただけないようなら、これから徹夜でやってきますが。
Okay, I was about to be like, wait, they just let you resign from the Inquisitorial Order? Isn't that like the forced labor they sentence criminal relationships to? But Tyrell is officially not one of those, so like I guess it's fine. Works out. Still feels a bit whack to me and my brain. Now what do I know? No, that's quite alright. You don't need my permission to go. Oh, but why don't I help out?
主にそのような雑用をやらせるわけにはいきません。
I just so happen to be off tomorrow. Since you're always helping me, I'd like to do this for you in return. I once served as Inquisitor myself, even if only for a moment, so I can at least help you organize your files.
わかりました。よろしくお願いします。それでは失礼いたします。
And then he left. Good, that should work. I can only hope working together can bring our relationship back to what it used to be. I wasn't sure if he'd actually accept my request to help, but I'm glad he did. That relief, though, very soon gives way to another realization. What do I mean, used to be? We don't have any former connection to each other. But it's nice. It wasn't too long ago that Master Tyrell waking me up like this was unthinkable. He's far from a morning person. Inquisitor Tull previously warned me to avoid him at all costs in the morning. Must have forced himself out of bed. All out of love for his precious goddess. Master Tyrell doesn't remember anything about my time as an Inquisitor. Zen brought us together this time around, but there's nothing else of note between us. With our goal achieved, we'd have normally gone our separate ways. If Master Tyrell hadn't continued to visit, then... if I cut off this master-servant relationship we have, then there won't be anything to keep us connected to each other anymore. ... My chest tightens painfully as it's so wont to do recently. Maybe because Inquisitor Tyrell has been giving you too much salt, you ever think of that? Every time I think about Master Tyrell, tears threaten to spill over. It's all too much to bear, but what I remember first are his kind words. Sometimes like these, I wonder how much easier things would be if I simply forgot what happened too. I finished sorting through these documents. They should be fine for processing.
ありがとうございます。
Just shove them in the filing cabinet. The extremely anachronistic filing cabinet. I'll move on to these shelves next. It still doesn't feel real that you're leaving the Inquisitorial Order. Did Inquisitor Tull and the others not try to stop you?
ひどい土下座を目の当たりにする羽目にはなりましたね。
Funny, I'd think you'd be into that sort of thing. I can imagine. Master Tyrell often referred to the wings of Commander as Grand Commander Cryas' fan club, excuse me. But the Inquisitorial Order isn't much different.
しかし、審問官のままでは色々と支障がありますので、辞職せざるを得ませんでした。
Yeah, having exactly one competent cop in the entire kingdom is just too many. You leaving because of me?
いえ、異端審問会を潰すには外野にいた方が都合がいいというだけです。
See, genre convention. Crush it! You want to get rid of the order?
もう本物の 魔女が現れないのだから残しておいても隣人を貶めようという輩の窓口にしかならない。
I mean, by all appearances, it was already that beforehand.
解体にはかなりの時間を要するでしょうが、まずは魔女などいないという世論の流れを作らなくてはならないので。
I mean, it's certainly a plan. You're incredible. You're always thinking ahead. You once taught me your precepts. Master Tiro's precepts the third was to make decisions based on what would sustain me.
何ですかそのダサいネーミングは。
It was your idea. You named these? I mean, it was before the fatal rewind, so it only makes sense you wouldn't remember that. The second was to read a person one must look at their hands, and the first was expand your horizons.
教えというほどのことでもない。多分適当に言ったことでしょう。
Yeah, but you should still look at people's hands. Especially if you ever read a mystery manga, make note of whether everyone is left or right-handed. It will always come up. Don't say that. It gave me courage when I needed it most.
適当でもその時のあなたに必要だと思って言ったんだと思いますよ。無駄なことは言わない性格なので。
You're that smug little bitch. I know. You often acted strictly, sometimes to the point of cruelty. But I knew you were deeply kind underneath it all.
過去形ですか。
Well, yeah, now I know you're kind of a dick. Oh, excuse me. You're plenty kind now, too.
おっしゃりたいことはわかりますよ。俺は前とも元からあなたと関係のあったクライオスやルーシェン殿下とも違いますから。あなたは俺のことをよく知っているようですが、俺は違う。あなたと過ごした時間は他の連中よりずっと短い。
It would in fact be extremely weird if we started making out right now. You're right, it would be weird. Pain rips through my chest. Everything he's saying is true. So why does it hurt so much?
だから今その差を埋めようとしているんです。
He's doing the hard bit. What? My entire body slackens and the papers in my hand go cascading to the floor. Alongside my glass of water. I'm sorry, I'll pick those up right now. He's trying to bridge the gap? Is there some hidden meaning there?
今日のところはこの辺にしておきましょうか。手伝っていただきありがとうございました。
You're welcome. It's nothing, really. You can ask again at any time.
何ですか?
This is Ishiklook's flavus. What a beautiful flower. Conrad had completely crushed this flower before. I'm so glad that didn't happen this time around. You're never too young to have a Vietnam flashback.
アナスタシア様。俺はあなたの望みは何でも叶えて差し上げたいと思っています。
What if I wish to have a swimming pool full of lemon jello? Can you grant that? He whispers so sweetly that I am as tempted as if he were a witch.
富を欲するなら際限なくご用意します。王座を望むならノイシュバーン家からダッシュしますし、思い人がいるなら籠絡してみせましょう。
I fail to see how you seducing my love interest would really be conducive to me getting with them. I'm sure some people would enjoy watching.
憎い相手がいるならあなたが手を汚す必要はない。俺が確実な手段で生まれてきたことを後悔するほどの死を与えます。何でもあなたが望むままに。
I don't know, I'm still feeling the swimming pool full of lemon jello. I don't want to become another Conrad.
ではどうなりたいのですか？
Given you that answer over and over again. I want things to go back to the way they were.
元通り。そうなるとあなたは俺の行く先から消えることになる。先ほども言った通り俺には記憶がないので、これまで通りというならあなたのいない人生に戻るだけだ。
Right, shit, I hadn't thought of that.
あなたは俺にどうして欲しいんですか？
I can't answer that. I don't mean anything to you.
一定以上の好意は抱いていますが。
My god, that's the most romantic thing anyone's ever said to me. Then, become my friend. Just like the Grand Commander in Zen.
それは無理でしょ。俺ではなくあなたが。だってあなた俺に惚れてるじゃありませんか。
Yes, how did you know? Why do you...
なんで？まさか隠してるつもりだったんですか？
Because that's also the wrong genre of game. I need you to get your head on straight here. Look around you. Look at how handsome all these boys are. Wait, shit, no, then it could still be a Metal Gear game.
まあ自覚したのはほんの少し前からのようですが、無意識下でも俺が好きだったでしょ。
There's no need to flatter yourself. Meh.
確かにあなたが抱いているほどの強い思いはまだ俺の中にはありません。しかし自分の心がどう転ぶかということは国の未来よりも簡単に見通せる。
He's honest with us.
悠長にしていては他の男に取られてしまう。なのでここいらであなたを抑えておかないと後々泣きを見ることになる。
You sound like a feudal lord fighting for territory.
ロマンチックな口説き文句が必要なら次回までに習得しておきますよ。
No, that's fine. This is perfectly you. Since you didn't remember me, I tried to prevent myself from falling for you. I realize now that was cowardly of me. All I need to do is work to make you fall for me in turn.
一ついいことを教えてやろう。俺は強気な女の方がずっと好みだ。
So all we gotta do is deck him in the face a few times, got it? It's win-win. Master Tyrell is finally back to his usual caustic tone.
安心していい。俺の予想は外れた試しがない。
I can see forever. Can't exactly say I'm relieved when I don't even know what your prediction is. That's the wrong Yor! Who was responsible for this?
察しが悪いな。
I can't, I gotta look down at the text box. And then they kissed. His lips alight on mine with such a gentle touch that my whole body shakes in response. You can't just do that. You Gonna make me fall for you even more before I get the chance to make you properly fall for me. Never be able to close the gap like this.
そうでもない。
No?
どうやらお前は自分というものを知らないらしい。その声が、目が、唇がどんな影響をもたらすのか。
Two slugs attacking each other.
これからよーく教え込んでやろう。
Is the whip going to be involved? That was a sound. My second kiss is deeper than the first. His claims that he doesn't yet love me contrast sharply with the deep affection I feel from the movement of his lips. You know, it's really not sexy if you get too technical with the descriptions. Am I imagining things? Or not? Fiend. Alright, I think the thing I liked most about Tyrell is just the fact that the way you got points with him is by doing good at detective work, and that strikes my ego a lot. Actually, Grand Commander Kreis mentioned you were up to something.
よし、今すぐ殺してこよう。
Nuh-uh. Explain what scheme he was talking about. No murder in this household, young man.
くそ、あのエセお笑いおしゃべり野郎。余計なこと言いやがって。
If you don't want to make me angry, then be honest.
お前が俺への気持ちを自覚するにはどうすればいいか考えて。女神に仕えるふりを続けてれば何か変わるだろうと。
That was all an act? You learned how to cook and escorted me to and from home every day, all for that?
そのくらいしないと気づかないだろうが、この鈍感。
I mean, that's not unfair. I know I'm a bit slow on the uptake, but that's still a lot.
それに、女神に仕えるって建前なしで、どうやってお前に会いに行けばいいんだ。
They're both so stupid. I love them so much. Does he love me more than I even realized? And he's so awkward about it, too. He's so dumb.
おい、何をニヤニヤしてる。
That's... oh, how the turntables. Nothing. Nothing at all. And then there was one. Throw down the 3 pips. No. Meanwhile, back at the castle.
ガルダ翼騎士団のご意見は受け付けました。ご希望に添えるよう尽力しましょう。
Thank you, Prince Lucian.
身辺にはお気をつけくださいね。まだあなたのことを女神だと疑っている者もいますから。
I know. Master Tyrell told me I'm actually better off acting as I normally would in times like these, but I'm still keeping my guard up.
こういう時、善がいてくれると安心なんですが、報奨金を渡した途端、カジノに興じると出奔してしまって。
Of course he did.
まさか善がギャンブル好きだったとは思いませんでした。まとまった額を渡したのは、彼のためには良くなかったかもしれません。
And he was never heard from again. I think it's a good thing, actually. Zen should learn to live for himself more. Gambling is a healthy outlet, kids. Please buy our gacha games. Please don't overburden yourself either. See bags starting to form under your eyes. Okay, okay, no. That was uncalled for. Made me feel hurt. Made me feel inadequate.
ありがとうございます。ルーシェン様、最近特に張り切っちゃってるんですよね。ここいらで休息が必要だと思うんですが、なかなか休んでくれなくて。
Is it not your job to provide him some of that respite through your paintings, Mail? Paintings are an appropriate substitute for sleep, just ask the Sims.
ああ、そういえば最近ラフ画に凝ってるんです。リンゼル城にご協力いただけたら、きっとルーシェン様も。
I shall be taking my leave now, do excuse me. Why?
ああ、また何事もなく返してしまって。夕食くらい誘えばいいのに。勇気を出さないとプロポーズなんて夢のまた夢ですよ。
I mean, he wouldn't actually be the guy we wanted to date if he was, not a spineless little coward.
これは勇気だけの問題じゃないんだ。
We need more than courage. We need courage plus advanced courage. Courage 2, the sequel to Courage.
ああ、もしかして出生問題が引っかかってます？確かに今の殿下は危うい立場にいらっしゃいますもんね。
So he's not a blood relative of the person he thought he was a blood relative of, but he's going to go try to bang a person who is of the blood he thought he was of the blood was, but actually isn't, but she didn't know that she is. So, what does that mean exactly?
そうだ。血筋を疑われているこの状況下で結婚を申し入れたりしたら。
Does this mean we get to fuck with Conrad on this route? That feels really important.
女神の意向を利用して王座についたルキウスと同じことを企んでいると思われてしまうかもしれない。
I very much doubt that possibility is going to occur to literally anyone.
ああ、いや、彼女がそんな誤解をするわけない。しかし、万が一にも彼女の心に影を落とすようなことがあっては。
Honey dog, it's nowhere near that complicated.
殿下、前より独り言が増えましたね。苦労してるんだな。近い将来、ストレスで激そう。
And you can't have an alternate game with a bald hero, love interest. It's like, what's the proper technical terminology here? We're very far outside of my usual wheelhouse. Post your answer in the comments below.
それよりメイル、彼女に変なことを言うのはやめてくれ。二度とここに来てくれなくなったらどうする？変ってラフ画のことですか？ラフ画は立派な芸術ですよ。
Truly, there is not a single brain cell in this room right now.
あなたが言うと芸術に聞こえないから問題なんだ。画家なのに。これも日頃の行いの悪さゆえかな。魔女が入れ替わっていても誰にも気づいてもらえなかったくらいですもんね。
Oh, so you're aware of it.
何にしてもあなたがリンゼル城にプロポーズできないのはやっぱり勇気の問題だと思いますよ。どんな事情があったとしてもね。
Now, I hate to say it, but that maybe witch has a point. With the witch incidents wrapped up, peace returns to everyone's lives. I return to the wings of Garda and devote myself to the better treatment and care of the Gardas. These activities had brought me to the castle more often, but with the written request now formally turned in, I'll probably be on standby for some time. I probably won't be seeing Prince Lucian for some time now that this is over. He'll doubtless get much busier, but it's not as though I can see him without reason. Anastasia, most things you do are done without reason. It's back to being entirely out of my reach. Rumbling clouds form from the emotions swirling inside me. As I try to pinpoint their source, a storm of a very different kind appears before me. It's a literal kind. There's a storm indoors. It's gonna shoot lightning at us. Everybody look out!
Yeah, Anastasia.
Oh hey, we still haven't gotten our chance to kill you. This'll be fun.
久しぶりだね。あの広場以来じゃないか。今日はなぜここに？ルーシェンと会っていたのかな？
I've come to submit a written request regarding the Gardas.
それなら俺の方でも受け付けた。
You're in a good mood today. Have you conquered your fear of me?
新聞が読んだよ。君は女神じゃないんだろう。時すさびのバラを反応させたように見えたのは幻覚だった。
You were right there when it happened, yet you take the article at face value.
民衆に対しては否定し、王族に対してはどっちつかずの態度をとって牽制するのか。ティレルが考えた策だろう。実にいい手だ。
You see, I know Tyrell is a traitorous bastard who is undermining me at every point, but I still keep him around because I think that's funny. I'm so evil.
しかしそれではルーシェンは救われないな。父上はルーシェンを王室から除籍するという選択肢を残しているからな。当然だろう。時すさびのバラを反応させられなかったルーシェンは別の男の子供であることが確定した。息子でない者に王座を継がせるはずはない。
What about you? Can you make the rose of tranquil time bloom?
発言には気をつけた方がいい。俺だけでなく王まで敵に回すことになるぞ。
What's he gonna do? Stab me? Good.
本当に気の強いお嬢さんだ。しかし君も分かっているだろう。ノイシュバーン家が潰れるとこの国が路頭に迷う。
Look, it's gonna have to happen at some point. Is there a particular reason we shouldn't just rip the band-aid off under controlled circumstances?
我々が消えればまず間違いなく貴族たちが主権をめぐって争いを始めるだろう。その隙を隣国が逃すはずはない。
Which is why you should totally let me keep doing slavery. It's very important to the economy.
この国を作り上げたのは女神だが、1600年以上率いてきたのは我々ノイシュバーン家だ。その功績と裁腕にかなう者は一人としていない。
You know, our achievements of making enemies of the entire continent and driving the economy into shambles.
もし君がノイシュバーンの敵になられる。我々は全力で排除しなくてはならない。けれど一つだけ解決方法がとても平和的で誰一人不幸にならない方法だ。君が俺の花嫁になればいい。
I get that feeling of deja vu, the feeling that you're re-experiencing something you've experienced before. That's probably nothing. Enough of your tasteless jokes! See, I can talk like a cartoon supervillain too, you're not special. Why would I ever consider marrying the likes of you?
再臨した女神と婚姻を結べばノイシュバーン家の意向はさらに高まる。ひいてはこの国の安定につながるだろう。断ってくれても構わない。嫌がる女性に無理強いしたくはないからね。ただそう
Prince Lucian? This is Anastasia. May I come in?
アナスタシア殿、帰ったはずじゃ。どうぞ、お入りください。
Conrad asked me to marry him.
え？
I said Conrad asked me to marry him. He claimed that I could help stabilize the future of the Norseburn family by marrying him.
兄上はあなたが女神の生まれ変わりだと信じているんですね。当然か。バラの奇跡を眼前で見ているのだから。そしてあなたを政治のために。
He also said that if I don't accept his proposal, he will bring harm to those around me. What do you think I should do? I don't want anyone's blood on my hands. Now that I've given up my powers, I don't know if I can protect everyone like I used to. It's a dumb plan, actually. I should have let myself be God. I even considered using the Rose of Tranquil Time to prove the royal family didn't inherit the goddess's blood, but that would only bring chaos. Conrad realizes that my status as the goddess's reincarnation is a critical weakness not just for the royal family, but for me as well. If only I'd taken the neutral route and gotten assistance from Masakato. I'm not equipped to lead a nation. I can't take proper responsibility for revealing the truth. And people would stop seeing me as human if this secret were known. I can't let that happen. You spoke about people should take care of the world together, and this would render that meaningless. I would hate that.
アナスタシア殿。
If he's chosen to approach me, he must have a plan. He has ever been skilled at manipulating information. And I am no more than an ordinary human now. No different than the girl of that night, who died unable to protect herself or the ones she loved. I have no choice. I have to marry...
アナスタシア殿、僕と結婚してください。
Okay.
僕の婚約者になればさすがの兄上も手出しはできなくなりますし、そもそも元をたどれば僕があなたにバラを差し出さなければこんなことにはならなかったわけで。
Top 10 rappers Eminem was too afraid to diss.
本当に結婚しなくてもいいんです。兄上の不正の証拠を抑え、告発できればもうあなたが狙われることはなくなりますから。
I see. So that's why. Sadness sticks into my heart like 1,000 tiny needles from a cactuar. I'm not against Prince Lucian's proposal, not really. Yet all it makes me feel is incredibly sad. I'm so sad. But marrying him would certainly solve everything. And not just for me. Makes you wonder what happens on all the routes where I don't decide to do it, you know? If I make public that I'm a reincarnation of the goddess, you would benefit from the marriage as well.
それはそういうことになりますが、しかし僕は
You are not Conrad. I know you aren't trying to use me to stake a claim on the throne. But I also know that you are currently in a precarious situation. The people want to see you become king. I can't do anything for you in my current state, but I can make the rose bloom. If marrying me can see everyone's wishes come true, then I gladly accept your proposal.
結婚？お嬢様がルーシェン殿下と？
Wild, isn't it? Yes. Our conversation ultimately led to that decision.
嬢様が未来の王妃。
Okay, technically that hasn't been decided yet.
素晴らしいですわ。さすがルーシェン殿下、お目が高い。
Hooray. A happy moment.
いつの間にそんな仲になられたんですか？幼い頃に何度か会っていたというお話は聞きましたけど。
The only love interest in this game Maya actually approves of. Close, huh? I'm well aware Prince Lucian doesn't hate me. It's clear he holds a measure of affection for me. His proposal was out of his desire to atone and take responsibility. I'm very confident in that. As we all know, I've never been wrong about a person's feelings before. Especially not a member of the royal family, but Maya will only get angry if I tell her that.
お嬢様、なんだか浮かない顔されてますね。
What do you mean? I'm as happy as a clam.
もうすぐ花嫁になる乙女の表情とは思えませんわ。もしかしてこたびの婚姻は政略結婚ですか？
Dang it, she can read minds too.
あ、やっぱり。
Am I so easy to read? A bit surprised, to be honest.
私はお嬢様のことをよく知っていますから。ですが、いざという時のお嬢様は迫力があって気取られるような隙は全くありませんよ。
Yeah, all this merit and romance and political maneuvering stuff, you're terrible at that, but if you gotta go out and stab a bitch, you could do that, no problem.
そういうことであれば、気分が上がらないのも仕方ありませんよね。
You aren't against it?
なぜですか？
I thought you'd tell me that marriage should only be between those who truly love each other.
それはまあその通りですが、難しいのではないですか？貴族同士で恋愛結婚を望むのは。
Oh.
家のために一回りも二回りも違う男性と結婚しなくてはならないという話はよく聞きます。それで考えればルーシェン殿下は最高のお相手だと思いますよ。
Yeah, he's astonishingly not a piece of shit for someone who's half king. I'm completely taken aback. I don't know what to say. At some point I began to believe I could marry for love. I thought it only obvious. Everything Maya's saying is correct, so why am I so shocked by this?
もしかしてどなたか意中の方がいらっしゃるのですか？
Someone I loved. You mean the guy I'm gonna marry?
今日は早めにお休みになったらいかがですか？
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Can't believe Prince Lucian was the first person I thought of. It would explain why I felt so sad at the prospect of not seeing him again. I love Prince Lucian. The affections I feel for him are romantic. I put that together very quickly, considering how long it took me to put that together. This is only my guess, but maybe the way to indoctrinate you over these 8 years. If yes, that would explain how he was able to get so close to you.
どうしてそんなことを無表情で言えるんだ？あなたに心というものはないのか？
Don't you have that feeling of deja vu, the feeling that you're re-experiencing something you've experienced before? That's probably nothing. Of course it does! I wouldn't be suffering so much otherwise.
僕の気持ちが魔女の策略によるものだなんて悪魔みたいなことを言ったのに？
I'm probably crying noises. End up letting out a groan. I fell for him after saying all those hurtful words. I can't tell him. I could never tell him. How does he feel about me now? I was quick to burn and quicker to die. I also have no idea if his feelings for me are of the romantic variety. Even if they were, my behavior towards him has likely made those flames fizzle out. He was so angry at me when I said all that, so his feelings may have faded. His proposal was born from his strong sense of personal responsibility. I spend a week tortured by these thoughts until Prince Lucian asks me to meet him. No, it hasn't. Thank you for noticing. Yeah, there's nothing here. So why are we hunting in the first place, sir? Yeah, nothing bonds people together quite like murder. I see. And I look at him, and he looks at me, and I look at... That bush just moved. It's either a rabbit or a fox, I reckon. He holds his breath as his eyes focus on the target. He pulls his arrow, which he can cock like a gun for some reason, back as far as it can go while he waits for his prey to fumble. And then... his arrow hits his mark and pierces the rabbit. It would have been so much funnier if he'd missed. Yay! I killed the rabbit! That was incredible! Pretty sure that's less impressive than hitting a small target. He's got such an indomitable air today. That's generally a good thing, but he also seems impatient somehow. I hear another bush rustle, this time with much more vigor. And Lucian immediately aims his arrow at what is likely to be a larger target. Wait, the sound... It's Lucian, step aside! He falls to the side in response, and immediately afterward a boar leaps from the bushes. It just barely misses Prince Lucian. You know, I feel like at a high enough level that fighting boar is really a bit beneath us. These are like difficult when you're at level 1 enemies. I follow up with an arrow in its back. Okay. Are you hurt, sir? Sir?
やっぱり現役の騎士にはかないませんね。もっと訓練を積まないと。
I'm aware hunting is a popular sport for the higher class, but there's no need to treat it with such importance. It's not a skill you often need to show off.
でも、あなたは弓がお得意なのでしょ?
It is. I'm more proficient with it than I am with a sword, even though I don't think I used one for anything even remotely plot relevant. But what does that have to do with anything?
あなたにいいところを見せたくて。
Oh, you and your worthless male pride.
あなたは僕のことを男だと思っていないでしょ? 今までたくさん情けないところを見せてしまったから。
That's not true at all. You know your own weaknesses and work to compensate for them. Even if you fall to your own knees, you always stand right back up again. Meanwhile, I refuse to accept my own weaknesses and am terrified of failing. In that light, you are invincible in my eyes. I was only able to defeat the witch because of you. What? My
ポー
eyes.
ズのやり直しをさせてください。この前は兄上から守るためだとか責任を取りたいとかごちゃごちゃと言ってしまったけれど、もちろんその理由も嘘ではないけど、一番の理由はあなたのことを心から愛しているからです。僕にとってあなたは永遠だ。この先どれほどの時が流れようと衰えることはないし、どんなことが起きようと絶対に失わない。
I love you because you're never going to get old. That's romantic, right?
でももしあなたが平穏を守るため僕と結婚しようとしているのなら、その必要はありません。結婚なんてしなくてもあなたやあなたの周りの者たちのことは守りますし、僕は王になる。僕はあなたが本当に愛する人と結ばれることを望んでいます。そしてそれが自分であるなら一番嬉しいです。アナスタシア殿、僕と結婚してください。
I breathe in deeply, as if until now I had simply forgotten how to do so. Clear air fills my lungs. It's the exact same question he asked before, yet the emotions it inspired couldn't be any more different. The joy I feel threatens to spill over as tears. Yes. I love you too, Prince Lucian.
すみません。あなたの前ではもう泣かないって決めたのに。
Aww. I'm rooting for these kids. But that's what I find so adorable about you. I'll be there to wipe your tears. So let me know whenever you feel like crying.
そういうセリフは僕が言ってみたかったのに。
Now, I saw a lot of people online saying that Lucian was the most neglected and least romantic of the roots. And I tell you, I don't see it. Gotta come at a bad time again. Probably we are at the tail end of the final route. Unless there's a true ending after we fill out all the pips, which the fact that they're giving us pips at all, it seems to suggest something. The sun won't be up for much longer. Once you're ready, let's head back to the castle. Okay, are we in, I literally have no idea. Come on. Live, everybody. Alright, you get back up here. Show the people that ugly mug ears. Okay, are we all... Did we all have a good time? Wasn't that just absolutely fascinating? What are you even looking at? There's There's nothing for you to be showing. Why are you doing that? God, why do you hate me? And then everything exploded. Apparently. Thunder roars out as soon as we reach the castle. Are we going to have fun storming the castle? Probably not, we live there now. Looks like rain. I know, because I've seen rain several times in my life. I jinxed it, didn't I? You know, I'm gonna go out on a limb and guess that is probably not any sort of causal relationship with, your presence here, but I'm not sure I can prove it.
今夜は泊まっていってください。部屋を用意しますので。
If I leave now, I can probably still... Alright. The other major conflict that we inexplicably did not address in literally any other route. It's almost like the game has an intended canon ending or something. That would be ridiculous. A writer showing favoritism? My physical wounds have long healed, yet I feel pain, as though blood flows from every scar I've ever suffered. When I see her, I regress to the weak child I once was. It takes everything I have to not run away. Upon realizing my fear, Prince Lucian steps in as if to protect me.
Ah, 君か。ちょうどよかった。今おば上に君との結婚を許していただけるよう願い出ていたんだよ。
You will.
彼女の承諾も得ずにですか?
Yeah, that's a bit whack, yo.
さすがは庶民の出だ。高貴な家の者の結婚がどういうものか分かっていないらしい。親の合意が得られれば、本人の意思なんてどうでもいいんだよ。おば上、私と彼女の結婚、お許しいただけますね。
As Lucian's fingers are tight around my hand, he stares down the two in front of him, ready to argue against them. If I leave this to him, I'm sure we'll make it out just fine. Once I realize that, I feel as though my world widens. I'm letting this woman dictate my future. Not only has she painted my past black, but she's threatening to color my future, too. I'm surprisingly calm as I accept this and finally realize what it is I must do. It all happens in a single moment, but a moment is all it takes for hot passion to thaw a body once frozen by fear. I will marry Prince Lucian. I don't care what anyone says, nor do I need anyone's permission. I will marry Prince Lucian, of my own will.
Anastasia.
We did it. We have agency again.
ふざけたこと。おば上、何か言ってやってください。
親殺しも幸せになれると思ってるの?
Yes. My mother passed away from illness. I shoulder no blame.
あなたを出産したことで悪化したのよ。
Yet she chose to have me anyway, even while knowing the risks.
おば上、おば上、
Yeah, how's that feel? You don't even look like each other. Maybe you're the bastard here.
うまくやったなルーシェン。女神の生まれ変わりを使えば出自の問題なんか吹き飛ばせるもんな。
Dude, close your mouth, there are children present. Were you raised in a barn?
私と彼女の結婚は私が王となって最初に行う儀式です。
なんだと。
彼女を利用などしない。そんな卑怯な真似をしなくても私はあなたを倒し王になりますから。
I don't really need to or anything, I just wanted to humiliate you further. I enjoy seeing you in pain.
勝手なことを言ってすみません。結婚の日取りについては話し合いの上で決定したいと思ってます。
it's funny. I'll wait as long as it takes, but I do hope things will be resolved in under a year.
ああ、それなら余裕です。あなたが気の長い人でよかった。
Look at those pearly whites. Then he ran away, desperately trying to pretend he wasn't crying. Prince Lucian made good on his word. He dealt with each and every one of Conrad's persistent attacks and returned the favor twofold. Once Conrad and Evelina's involvement in the slave trade was exposed, the king acknowledged, or was forced to anyway, Prince Lucian's deeds and named him his successor. Wait, Evelina was involved in the slave trade too? Okay, all of the conflicts were resolved. Good job, game, you did it. Took you some doing, but you found your way there in the end. And then, just after his coronation, you were married. We won't. Are you sure about this? A king skipping out at his own wedding reception is all but unheard of.
あの宴はあと3日も続くんですよ。ほんの少しくらい許してもらいます。
372 whole hours of banqueting. Where do they keep it all? No wonder King James is so big.
やっと二人きりになれた。ここ最近、準備に追われてあなたと過ごす時間がほとんど取れなくて、辛かったです。
Those are some very modern wedding duds. I cannot claim I expected that. I'm not entirely sure why I didn't expect that, considering we already have cars and guns and all, but you know. That's what you get for setting our wedding right after the coronation. Everyone else was telling us to put some space between the two, remember?
もう一日だって待てなかったんです。あなたの周辺には危険人物がいますから。
Conrad has no power over me anymore. Considering what we exposed, he should, by all accounts, be in jail.
兄上ではなくて、いえ、何でもありません。
By the way, sir, wanted this for a while now, but have you gotten taller?
本当ですか？そういえばあなたのことをちょっと見下ろせているような。嬉しいな。
That's a weird thing to try to paint as romantic. Especially considering the phrasing. I think we'd wind up at the same height if I wore taller heels.
やめてください。それより呼び方が元に戻ってますよ。殿下って。
Yeah, don't wear heels. You ever seen an x-ray of what a woman's feet look like in heels? It's kind of terrifying. Sorry, Lucian.
アナスタシア、今夜のあなたは今までで一番美しい。
I feel like you tell me that every time we see each other.
それは仕方ない。会うたびにそう思うんだから。きっと明日も明後日も。
And we are 4 for 4 on the smooch sequences. Good job, everybody.
僕はあなたを深く思うでしょう。この命がついえる瞬間まで。
Can you maybe not use the metaphor of burning out to a woman who has memories of being burned at the stake. Seems slightly, slightly, ever so slightly insensitive.
愛しています、アナスタシア。
And Finn. When was the last time you saw an unironic Finn screen outside of an old episode of SpongeBob? Okay, that's all four. Did we get anything for our efforts? Apparently we do! True final episode, and it involves Ish. Apparently people are going to get their wishes after all. Ish, for those of you arriving late, is our main antagonist, which means he is by default the most attractive person in this game to a certain type of audience member. Meanwhile, in space... You're certainly having a day, ain't ya?
クラメ。
おい、イッシュ。おいってば。
Oi! 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 Listen to me when I'm talking to you.
うるさい。今クロムの死を悼んでいるところなんだから邪魔しないで。
そんなこと言ってクロム死んでもう1700年経ってるんだけどずっとその調子じゃん。
And people thought Hamlet was engaged in excessive mourning. That's a normal joke that the kids will relate to, right? Right?
死者の仕事全部僕に押し付けてさ、1700年の間でお前がやったことって言ったら仲間を殺してクロムの復活と人間への復讐を企んだくらいじゃん。
Yeah, that's so rude. One knows you don't skimp on your shift and leave all the results to the rescue. You're gonna give someone a heart attack.
改めて口にすると最悪だな。100回地獄に落としても足りないくらいだ。
うるさいうるさいうるさい。裏切り者はあっちに行け。
裏切り者はそっちでしょうが。まあいいよ。親切心で声かけてあげただけだし、後でどれだけ後悔したって遅いんだからね。
何言ってるんだ。
もうすぐあの子がここに来るんだよ。
あの子ってまさか。
そのまさかさ。
It's her. Bum, bum, bum. Bloop. Am I in Elysia? Odd. I'd been sleeping in my own bed just now.
アナスタシア、久しぶりだね。
Well, I still don't know why you're a cat. Rune?
ちょっと前からそろそろかなと思って待ってたんだ。でもなかなか来ないからさ。君、長生きしたんだね。
Shit, we did die. Fuck. That sucks. Have I died? Is the pull so bad I died?
老衰だね。君はやっと天寿を全うできたんだよ。おめでとう。
We did it. Why am I here though?
まだ何か未練があるからじゃないかな。
Regrets? I've had a few.
死後君はまた生まれ変わることになるんだ。でもここに落ちてきたってことはきっと何か心残りがあるんだと思うよ。
Regrets? I suppose I can't confidently say I have none. All the problems were cleaned up, but I still have a few questions remaining.
わからないことを解消したいんだね。どうぞどうぞ。いくらでも聞いて。もうクロムの観光令は解けてるから
Then we got an exposition dump that a writer couldn't find any other way to fit in. Thanks. First,
やめときなよ。
ish.
いやあ、アナスタシア。何年経ってもバカっぽい顔は変わらないね。しわくちゃのヨボヨボな姿を見られると思ったのに、前に会った時と変わってないね。
What an
死ん
eccentric
でまで若さ
performance.
に執着するなんてみっともないな。
死者の魂は全盛期の姿を再現するものだろ。ずっと仕事サボってるから忘れてたんだな。あとこの子クロムとウリ二つだから、クロムを悪く言ってるのと同じだよ。
こんなのとクロムは全然似てない。
Wow, okay, rude. We have the same hair color and everything. Well, good to see nothing much has changed here either.
本当にね。閣僚は時が止まってるから僕らは年を取らないけど、それでもせめて精神年齢くらいは順当に重ねていきたいよね。いいしゅ、僕たちはこれから質問コーナーに入るんだから邪魔しないでくれない？
邪魔だなんてとんでもない。僕は助言に来てあげたんだよ。
Is that a glove or is that what your hand actually looks like? If that's your real hand, it must be very inconvenient. Nana, my god, I thought you were dead. Hello. I hope you are enjoying the— oh god, why? Ow, 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 everything— you're at work? I'm very sorry about that. Ow, 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 ow. Anyway, I enjoyed going back and watching the VOD later. I did Zen first because I know he's your favorite. Why do they even make hands that big? To help? You know, I have noticed that. Now that you mention it. Hydrate. When I was going through my feed, I realized there was surprisingly little importance in all the stuff Rune told me. Today's stream was sponsored by Municipal Tap Water.
そりゃ上手とまでは言わないけど、聞き手の理解力の問題もあるんじゃない？
There is kind of a ceiling on how much you can expect us to get from, you know, stuff. You know? You know, cause I don't know. Have you tune in, goodbye, see you later. That is true, I suppose. I do tend to be slow on the uptake. I'm kind of dumb, you say.
だったら試しにこの隔離用について説明してみなよ。
そんなの簡単だよ。閣僚は輪廻を巡る魂にとっての止まり木さ。
Cycle perch.
輪廻は魂が巡るメビウスの輪だよ。ほら、生と死はつながってるでしょ。命は生まれた瞬間に死に向かい、死んだ瞬間に生へと向かう。けど時々生きたまま死ぬ魂もいてね。あ、これじゃ意味不明だよね。あまりにも強いエーテル体を持った魂が次の生まで影響を及ぼそうとしてるって言えば分かりやすいかな。
That just raises further questions.
時々とんでもない魂がいるんだよね。質量保存則は魂にも適用されるから、そのまま転生しちゃうと現世のバランスを崩しかねない。
Even when you're dead, you can't escape the pull of high school geometry.
そんな魂の安定化を図り、調整を行うのがこの閣僚に住む僕の仕事ってわけ。やっと思いっきり話せた。今まではクロムから口止めされてたからさ、言葉を選びながらの説明ってすごく大変だったんだよね。
Right, everybody got that? It's well beyond the test.
でももう大丈夫だから何でも聞いてよ。
You aren't doing this on purpose, are you?
何が？
輪廻っていうのは要は生まれ変わりのことさ。隔離世では事故なく命が生まれ変われるようにこのちびちゃんが監督してるんだよ。
I see, that's easy enough to understand. I mean, it answers none of the questions I had about his explanation, but...
老いや死を恐れて隔離世にずーっと引きこもっていた弊害だな。対話や対人関係にまつわる経験値が圧倒的に足りてないんだ。その点僕は違うよ。ちょくちょく現世に出て人間と接していたんだから。経験値の差はそのまま外見に現れてる。隔離世に居続けたルーンは子供のままだけど、僕は成人してるだろ。生まれた時期で言えば僕の方がずっと遅いのに。
And yet you aren't mature enough to have learned not to wear such a poofy shirt and expect not to be mocked for it. You have 3 belts and none of them are around your waist. I am above the Tetsuya Nomura joke. You age? I always thought you were some kind of immortal.
一緒に負けるなんて。
Well, there's a reason you needed my help. Don't let it bother you. Amicability is far more important in relationships, and you far outstrip Ishin in that category.
どうせ僕は嫌われ者だよ。
Can't tell if the author expected what she was doing with this guy or not. Well, that's one question answered. That explains why they look and act so differently despite fulfilling the same attendant role. Ish knows humanity's sins and weaknesses, but Rune is pure and doesn't doubt others. Their personalities may play a part, but the time spent in the ecumene is another factor.
説明ベタのルーに何聞いたって謎は深まるだけだよ。だから僕と取引しな。
Can one of the conditions of the deal be that you, stop wearing that silly little wrist cuff? Look at it, it's so poofy, I hate it. Another deal, huh?
僕らといえばこれでしょ。何も難しいことはないよ。君の質問に3つだけ答える代わりに僕のお願いを3つ叶えてもらいたいだけだから。
まためんどくさいこと言い出して。アナスタシア、相手にしなくていいよ。
You know, you've gotten clumsy in your old age-ish.
僕じゃなきゃ答えられないことだってあると思うよ。むしろそっちの方が多いんじゃないかな。例えば裁判のこととかさ。
He makes a good point. Rune only ever watched the ecumene through my eyes, so there's plenty he won't know. I'm also very curious about what my enemy has to say. That's not a deal I can accept.
なんで？
What an eccentric performance. Your wishes can't be anything good, and I don't exactly want to talk with someone I hate. Well roasted.
すがすがしいまでにバッサリいくな。
僕のお願い叶えてくれなくていいから。聞いてくれるだけでもいいから。叶えられるものは叶えてほしいけど無理なら諦めるよ。
Why is your hair textured like the bits on the top of Frieza's head? Why are you so desperate? It's creepy.
どうせクロムを復活させたいとかでしょ。
Do that. That I can't do. Norna is gone.
そんなの分かってるよ。聞いてくれるだけでもいいって言ってるじゃん。こんなに言ってもダメだな。君、本当にクロムの生まれ変わりなの？
Maybe.
クロムに会いたいな。美しくて慈悲深くて神々しくて清楚でおしとやかなクロム。完璧としか言いようのない彼女なら許してくれただろうな。
I am beginning to suspect you did not actually talk much with the person you're so obsessed with. Perfect. I thought average to be a far better descriptor. Exceptions like these would certainly be lost if I wasn't able to hear about the formation itself, but... Thank God, he's shrinking. So you don't mind if I can't fulfill your wishes?
いいけど、一旦検討はしてほしいよ。全部却下されたんじゃこっちにメリットなさすぎるから。
Got it. In that case, I'll take you up on this deal. So, what is your first wish?
考えてくれ。
So he didn't even have anything in mind?
アナスタシア、ごめんね。僕がうまく説明できないせいで。
Yes, I've noticed. Thank you. That is the idea of this entire scene. I'm glad we've established that. It's okay. There are things I'd like to ask Keiichi anyway. Like, why he's so fixated on Norna.
あいつはそういう質問には答えたがらないんじゃないかな。クロムとの思い出を宝物みたいに大事にしてるから。
See, I thought his greatest treasure was that chest full of gold coins and jewels that he buried under the axe on the desert island, but what do I know?
君はクロムだった時のことをどのくらい覚えているの？
Little enough to say I remember nothing at all. I did remember at one point, but that was decades ago.
そっか。そうだよね。
Being said, I do remember speaking Norna. It wasn't for very long, but it's carved into my memories. She was nothing like the goddess I expected.
クロムは一度だって自分を女神だとは言わなかったよ。
Yeah, she wasn't a goddess. She was just an immortal, omnipotent being who was formed at the beginning of the universe and created the world in which we live. It's totally different.
まあ、戦乱に苦しんでいる時に救いの手を差し伸べられたら神様だって思われても仕方がないかもしれないけどね。
Norna is not divine. What is she then?
クロムはこの星の生態系の頂点に存在する種だよ。
Rune's explanation is once again filled with indecipherable phrases. You know, I'm beginning to think this is more just a matter of you not having finished high school, Annie. Wait a moment. Zen said something similar before, but he said it about Endy. Oh, yeah, I guess you don't know about that thing. It's that monster that looks like some massive stuffed toy. What's the deal with that thing anyway?
ああ、君を何度も殺したやつだね。怖くて目をつむってたからよくわからないけど。
I'm probably better off asking Ishu at Norn and Endy's true natures.
イシュは僕ら死者の中でクロムが一番最後に作った子なんだ。
Created, like as children? You all have fathers? Did the goddess Norna fuck? She kinda sounded like she did.
いないよ。クロムは無性生殖が可能な生き物だから。
We stand in a literal asexual queen. Asexually, so a virgin birth?
僕らはみんなクロムが大好きだったけど、イシュはその日じゃなかったね。末っ子だったから仕方ないところもあ
Oh,
るんだ
thank
け
you
ど。
for the stretcher, dame.
イシュはね。
While you do that, I'm gonna...
人間とすごく仲が良かったんだよ。
I got my spine. I got my spine. After seeing the ways with them now outside of life.
あの頃は僕と他の6人の死者が人間を嫌っていたな。人間への扱いについてクロムとイシュ相手に対立することもあった。クロムよりイシュの方が人間と良好な関係を築けていたな。
Didn't mean to hit that, but it kinda works out. A friend? This is only getting harder and harder to believe.
純粋で人懐っこくて、相手の人間もイシのことを弟みたいに可愛がってたんだ。
Alright, that explains the Ishik that was bothering me earlier. Glad we addressed that. Evoke the sound.
人間への復讐はクロムだけが理由じゃないかもしれない。自分を裏切った親友がどうしても許せなかったのかも。ルキウス・ノイシュバーン。クロムを害した男こそがイシュの親友だったんだ。
ルーンは
He left, saying he had to return to his duties, so he didn't care enough to show it happening on screen.
願い事決まったよ。君、クロムと最後に話したんだよね。彼女が何を言っていたのか教えてほしいんだ。
Well, you see, she talked about how hot all of my love interests were and complained that this game didn't have a poly ending.
今さらそんなこと聞いてどうするんだって笑うかもしれないけど。
Also, we're gonna have an ad break in like 30 seconds, I'm sorry. I snoozed it as long as I could, and I have this set as low as it'll go. But Twitch is obnoxious like that. Don't laugh. Anyone would want to know how the one they loved felt when they passed. Dot dot dot. Dot 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 dot. And now none of them can hear me. Unless any of you have ad blockers turned on. Do any of you have ad blockers turned on? I swear I won't be upset if you do. I use them all the time. Twitch doesn't deserve my money. Twitch is a fully owned subsidiary of Amazon.com. They will be fine and dandy on their own. They don't need my help. Not telling me how long my ad break is. It's supposed to be only 30 seconds. My Twitch app is weird, so I don't see ads every time for some reason. Oh, that's pretty cool. So, how does Ish get his eyebrows to do that, I wonder? It looks very complicated. Oh no, does it? Yeah, the hooks on the horizontal bar, at the end of the horizontal bar, look difficult. But like, for all I know, that the vertical bar making it into a cross could just be drawn on with a marker. Anyway, we're back now.
僕もクロムとほんの少しだけ話せたけど、彼女は僕にごめんねって謝るばっかりだった。責められるのなら納得がいくよ。憎まれることも覚悟の上だったから。だけど、僕のやったことが彼女の罪になってしまうのは。
See, I knew perfectly well that I was the villain of this story, but I did it anyway, because I'm a dick. Ah, God, my eyes, why?
イシュは私が連れて行くから。彼を生み出したのは私だからね。私が責任取らなきゃ。
I brought you into this world, and I can take you out of it. Norna believed the cause of Ish's violent actions ultimately lied with her. She was beset with guilt, just as Ish surmises. Should I tell him what really happened? I hold no ill will towards Norna. Were it not for her, neither I nor this world would exist. I'm grateful, if anything. I also can't help but pity her. She was thrust into the position of goddess, a position she never asked for, and betrayed by the humans who propped her up. I respect her, so I want to respect her wishes. But would she want to tell him the truth? Look, this game still has enough mystery cred that I trust it's going to tell me that doing the right thing means telling the truth. Else, what's the point of lying at this stage? Norna did feel responsible for what happened, yes. She wanted to end things herself. As the person who created you.
そう。一つ目のお願いはこれで終わり。次は君の番だ。僕に何を聞きたいんだい？
I don't know if we're gonna get options here, but if they are, I want all of them. Okay, there's exactly 3 options and we get 3 questions. Sure, why not?
早速手に余る質問が来たな。半分は僕の推測になるし、めちゃくちゃ長くなるよ。それでもいい？
Sure, why not? Yes.
じゃあ、まずはクロムについてね。クロムはこの世界と共に生まれた存在なんだけど。
Yes, thank you for telling me about the parts I did already know.
昔彼女はこの世界に生物を生み出さなきゃいけないって言ってたことがある。
Her duty? Who gave it to her?
さあね。それこそ神ってやつなんじゃない？クロムも元は誰かに生み出された存在なんだよ。そしてこの世界の開拓を任された。
So, less of a goddess and more of an abnormally self-aware demiurge.
でもクロムに作れたのは僕やルーンのような不完全なものだけだった。
She wasn't very good at this whole being a goddess thing, you say? Incomplete.
成長スピードはものすごく遅い上に生殖機能がない子孫を残せないんじゃ。
Okay, game, don't talk about me like that while I'm right here in the room. People are not born just to propagate. Thank you. Even if there is something presumably missing, just existing is good enough. I believe that's the essence of what life is.
そんなの綺麗事だね。
You're a dick. Why would you say you were born?
は？
You take time to mature and don't give birth to offspring. Norna still gave birth to you. She needed you, and not for any duty. You know, if you were keeping a consistent character, this would be the bit where you start giggling about duty. Gotten rather fond of lectures in my old age.
こううるさいのは元からだよ。まあ君の言うことも一理ある。完璧なクロムが生み出した僕らが不完全だなんてことはありえないもんね。
Pick a side, buddy. It's not what I was getting at, but oh well. What about Endy? Did Norna create it too?
あいつは以前クロムに同じこと聞いたんだけど、クロムはエンダーのことを妹みたいな。
Man, genetics are weird. Her little sister! Even though we've called it Mister this whole time?
信じられないよね。あんな化け物とクロムが血縁関係にあるなんて。
Norna saying Endy is like her little sister has me curious.
そう、僕ももっとちゃんと教えてって頼んだんだけど、クロムものすごく話すのが下手な上、めんどくさがり屋だったから、結局分からずじまいで終わったんだ。
That's convenient. I guess Rune inherited his poor explanation skills from Norna? Ish appears fully aware of her faults, yet continues to extol her as perfect. It must be from the love he has for her. I have been killed by Endy multiple times, yet I have also heard she's a popular character among children? Ish shakes his head with a weary sigh. He's just as in the dark about Endy as I am, apparently.
エンダーはどんな目的があって他者を対するのか。現世では誰にも触れられないはずの僕になぜあいつの攻撃が通用してしまうのか。そしてまるで消滅したクロムの後を追うようにあいつまで消えてしまった理由もわかる。
That's a cheap cop-out, you know it.
クロムについても謎だらけだよ。彼女の役にも与えたものが一体何なのかってことも気になるし。
Either that or this is just a really clumsy sequel hook, who knows?
彼女が僕らより先に生み出した植物、そしてガルダは子を生み育む機能を有している。
It is a bit strange, yeah.
ここからは勘だけど、クロムとエンダーはもともとは一つの存在だったんじゃないかと思う。
What? I'm not exactly sure how we got here from the siblings angle.
だから勘って言ったじゃん。まあ全く根拠がないってわけじゃないけど、強大な力を持つクロムはなぜか命を奪うという行為だけどうしてもできなかった。心理的な原因じゃなく物理的にね。
And she just really, really wanted to murk some people. An urge I'm sure we can all sympathize with.
死に戻りもその弱点が気にしてる。己の死をなかったことにするってつまりは死を拒絶してるってことだから。
Refusing death, huh? I suppose no being is further removed from death than Norna is. Even though she was reborn as me, her soul remains intact. Not even the matter she cast on Ish and Rune ever decayed. What an aberration she was. But she was ready to kill Ish at the very end. Just how was she intending to do that?
それに対してエンダーは最強最悪の死神だ。何も生み出さない代わりに全てのものに死を招く。ベクトルは真逆だけど、クロムもエンダーも命に対して平等なんだよね。あいつはクロムが失った死の部分なんじゃないかな。突然姿を現さなくなったのもクロムと一緒に消滅したから。
Right, that would answer like 30, maybe 25% of my questions. Death she lost. That explains it then. That explains everything. Nora had likely planned to join herself with Endy. In doing so, she would not only regain the power to kill Ish, but also the ability to erase her own existence. What does Rune think?
何も考えてないさ。表面上は聞こえのいいことを言うけど、あいつの共感や関心はペラペラの紙一枚程度の厚みしかないんだから。
Yeah, you don't exactly seem like an unbiased source here. Well, once you have your next wish, let me know.
もう二つ目も決まってる。一緒に現世に行ってほしいんだ。
Oh, he wants to go on a date. Will you stop flashbanging me like that? Can I go blind and then how will I stream at you?
相変わらずごちゃごちゃしてるな。人間多すぎ。うるさいったらないや。もうちょっと静かに歩けないわけ？
Let me on to bed. You do that. Sometimes I wish I could do the same. Anyway. Man, they really haven't changed. 2, maybe 3 generations gone and they haven't even replaced a single brick. That's almost impressive. Shall we go back? Stop complaining, my goodness. Shit. We've come to the Ecumene via magic. Our bodies are incorporeal, preventing anyone from seeing us. Don't think that's necessarily what incorporeal means, but you know, whatever. My hand just phases through anything I want to touch. I'm a ghost! Like Zoinks-ish, a ghost. Should bash upside the head. So that's your second wish? I understand the idea in theory, but what do you even want to do with bodies like these? Can't eat anything or talk to anyone? That only makes it harder. After some thought, I decided to show-ish around Historica. This jail was used by the Inquisitorial Order to question and torture those accused of being witches. As the Order was dismantled, knights now make use of it to question and torture those accused of being witches. You know, it reminded me of you. I figured this was a good opportunity to make my dream of finally locking you up come true. Aww. He's actually kinda pathetic. Grand Commander Kryos, Master Tyrell, and Zen frequented this tavern. Their food is so good even Prince Lucian would sneak out to come every so often. Your face. Maya once said something similar. I think you'd change your tune if you could actually eat from their menu. Maya as well. Meanwhile, back at the Thunderdome. Even though this is where Norna was worshipped, apparently the stained glass here is meant to represent the light of the goddess. Yeah, he's one of those people who's really strong opinions about idol games. It's disgusting. Now that you mention it, we do both have red hair, huh? Wonder why they focused on blues. It's blue, da-ba-dee-da-ba-da. More beautiful. Less bluetiful. You lived in the castle as male, so you should be familiar with this greenhouse, yes?
そうだね。よくここでルーシェンを騙して、そそのかしてたよ。女は花に弱いから、こういう場所で告白するといいよとか言って。
And then you mind-controlled a child into digging out all of his internal organs here. That was pretty fucked up. Like, that was super whack, yo. Why did you do that?
僕もここは好きだよ。クロムの神殿も昔はこんな景色だったから。
I'm so nostalgic for back before I killed all those people. It's the same thing as not actually being evil anymore, right? Alright, is it gonna be the same options, or... Nope, they're gonna make us do this whole shit again. I see how it is. Alright, tell me a bit about Zen.
あいつの存在は本当に予想外だったね。あいつさえいなければ僕は君に勝てていたと思うよ。
If you hated his presence so much, then you should have just returned him to his homeworld. I never thought it odd at the time because I assumed Ish's magic relied on a trading of conditions. But I know now he was only ever protecting the promise he made with Norna to use his magic for humans, and can otherwise use it without limitations.
そりゃそうしたかったさ。けど転移魔法は必要とする魔力が大きすぎる。一度使えば長期間身動きが取れなくなってしまう。そう安易に使うわけにはいかなかったんだ。善がなぜこの世界に現れたのかだけど、不運な事故としか言いようがないな。
He accidentally stumbled out in front of a truck without looking where he was going, and that's just what happens.
クロムは他の世界から人間や動物を受け入れるために扉を作ったことだ。
Damn it.
そりゃそうしたからさ。
Not what I meant to,
クロムは他の世界から人間
I don't know why I'm even going to go back and replay this one, like I need to even hear him.
用が済んだらすぐに閉じていたはずだからもう行き来はできないはずなんだけど、扉の跡地にほころびでもできたんだろうね。そこに善が運悪く迷い込んじゃったってわけ。
He accidentally fell through a hole in space. Probably skinned his knees really bad when he landed. So, Zan's immortality was likely punishment for coming here through illegitimate means. A cruel fate for deviating from the natural order.
それより僕が不思議なのは僕があいつを元の世界に戻した時のことだよ。せっかく奇跡的に転移を成功させられたのに。
Yes, that would answer all of our questions, wouldn't it? Zen said that he went back to where he first got transported here and the pathway was still open, so really I could have just gone with him and nothing happened. I just left as soon as I was done.
運がいいんだか悪いんだかわからない男だね。
Let's go back to what you were saying. You made a miracle happen? Would you have failed? What would have happened if you did?
まあまあいいじゃない。全部過ぎたことだよ。僕は今まで隠れてたから知らないけど、結局君はあの後善の問題全部解決しちゃったらしいじゃない。終わりよければそれでよしだよ。
What an eccentric performance. Now, once you have your next wish, let me know. First, I have to load a video game.
一つ目のお願いはこれで終わり。次は
Alright, tell me about... I thought I understood all this, but tell me about the Witch of Cessation just for completion's sake. Is Norna actually the Witch of Cessation? Is that just your bluff?
もちろんクロムのことさ。皮肉を込めたんだよ。散々女神と崇めていたくせに手のひらを返すように彼女を魔女と罵った人間に対してね。
Yes, that'll teach us to accuse an honest, upstanding supervillain of bluffing. Did you want to revive Norna and make her kill the humans?
それはとても素敵な展開だね。けどクロムには無理だ。ただし、全てをなかったことにすることはできる。
Fatal Rewind, right? Fatal Rewind. See, I gotcha. It's a simple game, it makes sense.
そういうこと。人間を受け入れる前まで戻ることが僕の最終目的だったんだよ。
Well, once you have your next wish, let me know.
もう二つ一緒。 I think I get the big picture here, but tell me about the Ishik for completion's sake. Master Tyrell was never selected as a membrum or as a sacrificium. I thought it was because he was a member of the Ishik clan. Our theory was that the family had some special protection placed on it. そんなものないよ。あいつらはただの人間だもん。
In that case, why was he never chosen? If he'd been selected as the membrum, I never would have won.
そうだね。あいつなら最小手数で君を絶望させていただろうな。でも、意識の始祖式には何の恨みもないもん。
I see they shifted it one letter over. That's cute.
式はルキウスの嘘に気づけなかった。でもそれは僕も同じ。意識族にまで復讐してたら。
That would require acknowledging my own culpability in the crimes I'm committing. That would be unforgivable.
そしたらクロムを蘇らせるどころの話じゃなくなるでしょ。だから見逃してあげた。それだけのことさ。
Cool, good duck. Alright, now it's time got something with a bit more meat on its bones. All your talk of conditions and contracts during the trials made sense, so I believed you entirely that you granted Membra with special powers.
不利な条件でも有効に使うのがゲームの定石でしょ。
Your promise with Norna was to use magic for the sake of humans. Since she was asleep, breaking it didn't actually mean anything. Am I wrong?
なんともないわけないだろう。死に戻りのせいで覚えてないけど、いつだって僕はクロムとの約束を破るとき、心の中で涙を流してたはずだ。
That didn't seem to stop you all that well, though. It's kind of fucked-ish. You're kind of a real piece of work, you know that, buddy? You're not a good person. You are perhaps even, I might go so far as to say, a bad person. You felt... Why did you try to get revenge on humans? Why not try to take revenge on antelopes? Something easier.
それはそれ。これはこれ。だい。
Why the carnivals? There must have been easier ways to make me fall into despair.
絶望させるだけなら。裁判を通して僕はクロムに見せたかったんだ。人間の醜さや愚かさ。あんな目にあってもなお人間を憎まないようにと自制し続けたクロムだもの。生半可なやり方じゃきっと分かってくれない。
You just had to make the child eat the human being. It was the only way.
殺すのも殺されるのも人間で、裁くのも裁かれるのも人間。カーニバルほど都合がいいものはないよ。
What if Nora's hatred had shifted from them to you?
クロムが僕を殺すために蘇ってくれるなら、それも悪くない結末だね。
See, I think the game thinks this is romantic, but it sounds more like you just have no sense of self-preservation.
殺すとなれば、彼女は僕を見るだろう。ほんの一瞬のことかもしれないけど。 その一瞬のために罪を犯したんだよ。
Alright, one more, then can move on with our lives. Whip, well, whip, 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 well. I repeated time and won against you again and again. But what happened to those timelines after I left them using my fatal rewind? Didn't we get an answer to this from Rune already?
君ってほんと無駄なこと考えるね。自分が消えた後の世界なんてどうでもいいでしょ。
It's very important.
君がどう考えるかなんて僕には関係ないね。質問に答えてあげるよ。あくまで僕の推測だけど、僕は君が死に戻りした時点で世界は枝分かれすると考えた。枝分かれした先のことをパラレルワールド、もしくは世界線って僕は呼んでるんだけど。
Well, that directly contradicts what we heard last time we asked this.
例えば君が死に戻りして自分の祖父母を殺すことは可能だと思う。
Oh boy, high school philosophy. If we're talking strictly impossibilities, then yes, I think it... Wait, if I killed my grandparents, then I'd never be born. Which means that's not how the fatal rewind works. We can only go back to a time we were actually present for.
君が生まれなければ祖父母は死なずに済む。祖父母が生き残れば君も君は過去に戻って祖父母を殺す。祖父母を殺せば君の存在は消え、祖父母は生き残る。
Hey, you're making less sense now than you did before.
こういう際限のない話を論理的パラドックスって言うんだ。どうあがいても人は過去を変えることができないって証明でもある。これを解決するのが世界線だ。過去に戻った時点で世界が独立し、並行して存在していくのだとしたら、君は自由に親類相手に殺戮を楽しむことができる。
Tempting, but that doesn't actually answer any of my questions. I would do no such thing. Anyway, I think I understand a bit. Rune also told me I couldn't go back any further than 8 years.
あいつがどういうつもりで言ったのかは知らないけど、君の精神が持たないからって話だったんじゃない？それについては正しい判断だと思うよ。
Even after I've declared a certain timeline unsatisfactory, it yet continues. Knowing that weighs me down with near unbearable guilt. Game, you had already averted this problem. You didn't have to reopen this can of worms. If what Ish says is true, then maybe I wasn't able to save everyone after all.
ルーンは世界線説を否定してるけどね。
So in the end, we're all just blowing smoke up at each other's collective asses. I see how it is. I do remember him telling me something of the sort before, so I'm not entirely sure why I asked this.
あいつは世界はただ一つであって、過去を改変しても、すべての事象は必ず収束すると考えてるみたいだね。
Well, how do you go back far enough to kill your own grandparents before you were born if you can only go back to your own past? That's what I'm not getting here.
ここまで説明しといてなんだけどさ、僕も自分が絶対に正しいとは思ってないんだ。ガルだと彼らの存在を考えると、ルーンの言ってることも間違ってない気がする。
What do the Gardas have to do with this?
君のガルダ、フマって言ったっけ？君は最後の死に戻りでは一切接点はなかったはずでしょ？にもかかわらず、フマは君を助けに来た。ガルダはクロムが生み出したものの中で唯一の成功種だ。死に戻り前後の記憶を保持できたとしても不思議はないし、もしそうなら世界線は独立せず収束してるってことだ。
So we aren't working on parallel worlds theory. Everything is good. Save the world. Don't worry about it. It's a very inefficiently written exposition dump. And Zen and I would prove the same conclusion since we were able to keep our memories intact as well. So who are those guys?
クライオス、ティレルだよ。死に戻り後であっても、二人は君に親切だったろ。ゼンが手引きしたことが決定打なのは間違いないけど、世界線が収束したことによって無意識下で君への好意が残っていたとも考えられる。
That would make things much more convenient for us, no doubt. Wow! Incredible!
は？何が？
Your face. Your ability to view things with so many different angles. Most people would cling to their own conclusions, yet you chose to consider other options. It's almost like you'd make a good detective with no sort of theoretical sequel to this game. Oh, he's blushing. Despite this, you get so narrow-minded and violent when it comes to Norna. It's such a waste of your talents. You shut up. And then it was night. It's already this late. We should end things here.
牢屋と酒場と教会と温室しか行ってないんだけど。
Well, maybe you should have taken up less time in the jail. Gay baby jail. 4 places is plenty for a tour. Oh, but there is one more place I'd like to visit. Hmm? Is it the moon? No, it's this place. Wouldn't you like to ride in my beautiful balloon?
何これ？
How are we on here for intangible? An aeroship. I couldn't handle being on these things when I was alive and avoided them at all costs. Now I won't have to worry about causing any trouble, even if I get nauseous and throw up.
僕がいるでしょ？っていうか実体ないのに乗り物酔いなんてするわけないから。
Not with that attitude. Oh, good point. I get to actually enjoy the view in that case. Sailing through the skies. We've boarded a sightseeing airship. Though I thought of the idea on a whim, it turns out to be the perfect choice for my last view of the city. City lights illuminate the night like stars. Yet they feel full of so much more warmth as I remember all the people living down below.
綺麗だね。あ、違う。なんでもない。今のなし。
Uh-huh. Oh. I fought for others. I believed it right to use my powers for the sake of someone else. I chose to do what was right. Or so I thought. But looking out over the city now, I understand everything. I was always fighting for myself. I found joy in being with others. If I could speak with my past self, I would tell her that in the end, I lived my own life. Alright. Mom, give me something good. I need to know things. Lots of things. What about your wish?
君から先にいいよ。さあ、最後に何を聞きたいんだい？
Does this mean we're bound to give him our answer once we get it?
ルキウスはクロムを裏切り傷つけた罪人だ。それだけ知ってたら十分でしょ。
I think the game wouldn't have given us that option if that were true. It wasn't always like that, was it? Even the greatest of sinners were just regular humans before committing their crimes.
言いたくない。だってルキウスが民衆思いで優しくて賢い男だったって言ったらかばってるみたいになる。正義感が強くて誰からも尊敬されてたって言ったらクロムを傷つけたことにも何か意義があったように聞こえてしまう。僕のことを本当の弟みたいに可愛がってくれていろんなことを教えてくれてきっと誰よりも僕を愛してくれたって今でも思ってるなんて言ったら。
Surely each of us contains multitudes. Especially the sadistic murderers.
愚かにも程がある。僕だってあいつに裏切られた一人なのに。何があってもあいつだけは許しちゃいけない。絶対に許しちゃダメなんだ。
I understand those feelings. I first used my fatal rewind to get revenge against my stepmother and the rest of my family, but it turns out they were actually that terrible. From first principles, so you know.
時々いるよね。復讐は愚かだとか、憎しみは捨てろとか、偽善的なことを言うやつ。吐き気がするよ。
I don't think you should just pretend those feelings you have don't exist, but I think in saying that you must not forgive him, you're denying that what you actually want is to find it in yourself to forgive him.
君は輪廻の輪に戻るの？
Hold on, I gotta ask you more questions first.
三つ目の君。
Tell me about the rest of you. I need more sequel hooks. How did the other attendants feel about your plans for revenge?
いないね。人間の裏切りにそれほど怒ってる様子もなかったし、転生するというクロムを止めもしてなかった。そんなみんなが僕は嫌いだった。でも憎いから死者を殺したわけじゃない。そうしなきゃクロムの力を手に入れられなかったから。ルーには隔離用に逃げられちゃったけど。
You ever wonder if you were doing the right thing?
死に戻りでクロムに原初まで時を戻してもらえばいいだけの話だ。それに死者を生き返らせたいってクロムが思ってくれれば死に戻りする確率が上がるしね。それに僕の逃げ道を断つことにもなる。
Consciously decided that you couldn't go through with it, so you forced your own hand. You're a strange man-ish. You have a very strange shirt.
今になって思うんだ。僕以外の死者は心がなかったわけでもクロムを愛してなかったわけでもなくて、ただあるがままを受け入れていただけなんじゃないかって。僕に殺される時も一切抵抗しなかったくらいだから。
They weren't very complex human beings, you say? Well, they might not have been human beings of any sort. I mean, at least one of them was a cat.
ま、今更考えても仕方ないけどね。みんな殺しちゃって答え合わせできないんだから。
But Rune is still here. It's not too late.
そうだね。君は輪廻の輪に戻る。
One more.
三つ目
Must
の
be
質
yet
問
some
ど
sort
う
of
ぞ。
additional ending for not actually asking anything.
君から先に。
Why do you love Norna so much?
最上級の美しさに心惹かれ、完璧なものに憧れを抱くのは至極真っ当なことだと思うけど。
Yeah, that's why I'm so confused about what you see in Norna. Heyo, perfection. Norna had her own flaws, I'm sure.
ないよ。お人よして、騙されやすいところは可愛いし、気弱なところは守ってあげたいって思えた。あとめんどくさがり屋でもあったから、お世話できて嬉しかったし。
So she had a lot of flaws then.
喋り下手だったから、僕がフォローしてあげられる場面が多かったのも誇らしかった。欠点が欠点になり得ない。だから僕にとって黒野は完璧なんだよ。
No. I see.
まあ向こうはそう思ってなかっただろうけどね。じゃなきゃ全てを捨てて転生しようなんて思わなかったはずだ。あの選択だけは受け入れがたいものだったよ。君は輪廻の輪に戻るの？
Will I reincarnate, you mean? That's the plan. A lot happens, good and bad. But ultimately, I'm glad I was born. Why did you want to come to the Ecumene with me?
別に。ただ、なんとなく歩いてみたかっただけだよ。
You look like the sort of person who needs to put on sunscreen before you do that. Excuse me. I see.
残念だったね。最後の話し相手が僕なんかで。気分悪かったでしょ。
Oh, so you're aware. That is how I felt at first, but this turned out to be surprisingly fun.
ね。
I was skeptical we could even hold a conversation, but look at us now. Perhaps you've tried to answer my questions in a way that makes it easy for me to understand. I'm glad that I was able to see that you have a heart, just like me. I think the regrets I had all concerned you-ish. Especially since Norna asked me to take care of you.
Eh?
I was so busy dealing with that with my own life that I wasn't able to make good on that promise until after my own death. I hope you don't mind that little snag. You thankfully understand the sins you've committed, but the road of atonement is not an easy one. I don't know how much harder your lifespan and burdens will make it. If I'm able to do anything to help with that, if it's to help ease one of your burdens, I forgive you, Ish. Anastasia Linzel no longer resents you. You're such an easy mark. Now, what is your third wish?
もういいよ。
No? I suppose it's time we left.
待って。やっぱりさ、最後のお願い聞いてもらおっかな。ただ働きなんて性に合わないから。また君に会いたい。会いたいんだ。次に会った時の君は君じゃないって分かってるけど。
I choose to interpret this as a final sequel hook. Sorry, but I don't think I can fulfill that wish. The life I reincarnate into will belong to a very different me. But if you hold on to those feelings, we may just be able to meet again.
分かった。絶対忘れない。
I thought we were over
Sayonara.
this.
Anastasia.
Can I go blind? I suppose the game's moral is that life is suffering, so, only appropriately prove their own point. So that's it then. That was Even If Tempest. What a fucking game. It did not land the one thing I actually bought it for, but on every other front, holy shit. I might have to look into what Ayane Ushio has done before and after this. Anyway. Fortunately, I'm afraid that is all the EIT content we're going to be seeing on this channel. I mean, it's not like there's a certain any other content we could be doing related to this. At least I don't have to go make up another schedule. See you later, everyone.